Chapter 246. Demonification. So you people who belong to the infernal realm can demonify. Lunger, when I was in London, I was demonized as well. Does that have anything to do with you? Chiyu asked. Lunger slowly nodded her head. That's right. In order to help you recover your strength, and also because of my recognition of you, I shed my tears in the depths of your heart. The tears of a demon. It can make your strength even more explosive when it erupts. At the same time, it can also bring you into the realm of demonification when you are completely enraged. Hearing Lung Er's explanation, Chiyu couldn't help but come to a realization. No wonder Grandmaster Zagru once said that there was an evil energy in the depths of his heart, and it was an extremely pure evil energy. So it was actually Lung Er's tears. He hadn't expected this outcome, but it was all in the past now. Facing the six-winged Lung Er, he had no choice but to focus. Even he himself did not know if he could defeat Lung Er in her current state. Lung Er stared coldly at Chiyu. Give up resisting, because resistance is meaningless to you. I, who possess the royal bloodline of the infernal realm. My 6 wings are 5 times stronger than the Dreadlord's. You have no chance at all. Don't tell me you don't need to use your 4 wings now. Since that's the case, you can go and die. This time, Lunger did not use instant teleportation again. She floated proudly in the distance, the demon's kiss in her hand creating a black whirlwind that swept directly towards Chiyu's body. The huge energy fluctuations caused the air to solidify. In front of dark energy, it seemed that all other energy elements suffered a destructive blow, causing Chiyu to be unable to absorb the energy he wanted from the air for a moment. Sensing the massive energy fluctuations, Chiyu knew that it was impossible. Lung Er would no longer be merciful to him. However, if Lung Er could do this, how could he who owed her a favor do the same? He retreated swiftly. The golden wings that represented the golden-winged eagle floated out. In order to further increase his defense, the red rhombus-shaped scales on Chiyu's forehead lit up. Scorching hot air was suddenly released, and under the tremendous energy, the red scales on Chiyu's forehead lit up. Chiyu's Kirin armor was instantly covered in a layer of fiery red. Yes, Kirin Chi appeared. The Kirin orb had also turned red due to the appearance of the Kirin red. The huge energy wave caused Chiyu's ability to lean towards his own fire attribute, Thundercloud Force. The scorching airflow spread. The Shenyuan sword in his hand was raised high in the air. Chiyu used the wings on his back to continuously retreat, increasing the distance between him and Lung Er. The darkness energy released by Lung Er no longer seemed to be affected by distance. The incomparably viscous darkness energy reached Chiyu's body in an instant, frantically engulfing him. Ignoring the sharpness of the Shenyuan sword, the dark energy formed a huge dark tornado with Chiyu as the center. The moment the black tornado took shape, a huge amount of energy filled with destructive energy appeared. The moment the black tornado formed, it immediately turned into countless sharp blades from the dark world, cutting at Chiyu's body. This time, there was no longer the suction energy from before. Instead, it was a pure attack. This was the first time Chiyu faced such pure dark energy. The huge energy fluctuations immediately caused his body to feel sluggish. Under the impression of the dark energy, many negative emotions subconsciously appeared in his mind. Although this did not completely affect his fighting strength, it still caused his body to become sluggish. A faint light flickered, and the light in Chiyu's eyes became stronger. A silver light appeared around his body without warning. Under Chiyu's deliberate control, the silver light flowed and actually broke through the dark tornado, enveloping the entire dark airflow. A strange scene appeared. Within the silver light, the dark energy that was originally attacking Chiyu and making ear-piercing sounds as it rubbed against the Kirin red on his body suddenly disappeared. The area enveloped by the silver light turned into an energy vacuum. Langere looked at the scene in front of her and could not help but be surprised. This is the power of a domain. You didn't seem to use it the last time. Energy immunity, silver dragon cover. That's right, it was the power of a domain. It had been a while since Chiyu used this silver dragon cover domain, but he was not worried that there would be any problems when he used it. He had not used it recently because Chiyu's own energy was extremely strong. Once he used this domain, not only could he neutralize his opponent's energy, but he could also make his own energy unable to be used. However, in the face of Langere's tyrannical attack, if he relied on the sharp edge of the Shenyuan's sword to forcibly break through, it would definitely consume a lot of his own energy. At the same time, under the influence of the dark energy, there was a possibility that he would be attacked by Langere. After weighing the pros and cons, Chiyu used the silver dragon cover, and the energy immunity effect immediately helped him get through the crisis. The silver light disappeared, and Chiyu appeared in front of Langere with the same fiery red light. However, the Shenyuan sword in his hand lit up, and the golden light became even more intense under the red light. To Chiyu's surprise, a milky white light suddenly appeared on his left wrist. With the help of the milky white light, the dark energy in the air was actually dispersed to a certain extent. He subconsciously looked at his wrist, and the milky white light that was emitting was actually the Sarara bead. Ever since he became stronger, Chiyu rarely paid attention to the benefits that the Sarara bead brought to him. When he was demonized, the Sarara bead did not exhibit its effects. In fact, what Chiyu did not know was that the Sarara bead contained the Buddhist relics left behind by more than 10 senior monks. The pure Buddhist energy was the nemesis of any evil aura. Furthermore, it wasn't because the relic beads hadn't been able to unleash their full potential, but because the Buddhist energy contained within the relic beads wasn't something that could be easily revealed. Chiyu had only been helped by the tiny bit of Buddhist energy on the surface. This point, even Zagru only discovered it later. Before Zagru was ready to return to Tibet, he deliberately used his living relic to help Chiyu completely activate the Buddhist energy of the Sarara bead. Therefore, when he was besieged by the dark energy filled with evil aura, the Sarara bead's effect naturally appeared. A faint divine light appeared in Chiyu's eyes. Feeling the strong rejection of the Buddhist energy of the Sarara bead against the dark energy, he could not help but reveal a faint smile. With the Sarara bead, what was there for him to be afraid of? Although the dark energy was powerful, as long as the Sarara bead could protect his body, it was enough. A faint divine light flashed. The energy of the Shenyuan sword in Chiyu's hand became more solid. Chiyu discovered the magical effect of the Sarara bead. Under the guidance of the Chi Langere, who was constantly releasing dark energy, naturally also discovered it. Looking at the pure Buddhist light emitted by the Sarara bead, she could not help but frown. No wonder you are unwilling to cooperate with us. You have something that is close to the aura of light. It seems that you don't hate Yamu and the others at all, and are even cooperating with them, right? Chiyu shook his head. Langere, you misunderstand. This is not something that belongs to the West. I don't know if you've heard of Buddhism, but it's one of the most important religions in our Yanhuang Republic. Buddhism has Buddhist relics, and the bracelet I'm wearing is made from Buddhist relics. It's filled with Buddhist energy. It has a strong dispelling effect on any negative aura. With a faint smile, Chiyu's eyes revealed a faint divine light. He folded his hands in front of his chest and looked at Langere, although he had already explained. However, he found that the dark energy released by Langere not only did not show any signs of decreasing, but it was also constantly increasing. It's useless to say anything. The moment I entered the demonified realm, your fate was already sealed. The 6 wings on Langere's back fluttered slightly. Then the dark aura covered the sky and covered the earth. Everything in the surroundings suddenly changed. Chiyu had a domain-type ability. How could Langere not? The huge amount of dark energy changed. Chi Yu could clearly feel that his body had entered a swamp, and the huge amount of dark energy had begun to corrode his body. The white light emitted by the Sarara bead became stronger, but it was not enough to block the huge amount of dark energy. Langaire's body and her aura had completely disappeared, so Chi Yu did not know which direction to attack. Langaire's voice came from all directions. Entering the dark swamp, you will be swallowed by the darkness. I don't want to see you die, so let the darkness here swallow you. Chi Yu, this is one of my strongest domains. From now on, everything between you and me will completely disappear. Hearing Langaire's words, Chi Yu could not help but be stunned. Although her voice was very cold, Chi Yu could hear a trace of loneliness in it. It seemed that even in the demonified realm, she did not really want to destroy him. However, Chi Yu obviously did not have much time to think about this. Facing this dark swamp domain, he knew what he had to do. The milky white light emitted by the Sarira bead enveloped Chi Yu's body completely, so that the dark energy outside could not invade his body for the time being. However, Chi Yu could clearly feel that the boundless dark energy outside the Sarira bead was so powerful that it was completely destructive and engulfing. What surprised Chi Yu even more was that other than the energy on the Sarira bead, whether it was the energy of his Kirin's origin or the fire attribute Kirin's thundercloud force, none of them had any ability to resist the purest dark energy outside. Could it be that the dark energy was immune to other types of energy? Could the energy immunity, Silver Dragon, shield dissolve the energy outside? Chi Yu did not know. When he was about to use the Silver Dragon shield, he was shocked to discover a problem. In this dark swamp domain, all of his domain abilities could not be used. Not only could the energy immunity Silver Dragon shield not be used, but even his shapeless Big Dipper realm technique could not be summoned through Kirin's secret. This was the first time that Chi Yu encountered such a situation. At this moment, as he felt the dark energy outside becoming stronger and stronger, his heart sank. Chi Yu understood that this time, Langaire was indeed prepared to destroy him, and had no intention of showing any mercy at all. This dark swamp domain seemed to be very easy for her to cast, but now it seemed that it was so powerful that it was definitely a super domain. Once the Buddhist power of the Sarira bead disappeared, he could only rely on his own energy to resist. In this case, the dark energy was almost immune to all of his energy. In this case, how could he survive in this dark swamp domain? Even if he could temporarily survive in this domain after fusing with a few types of energy, the energy was ultimately limited. The biggest problem in this dark swamp domain was that he couldn't get any energy to replenish himself. Apart from the dark aura, there were no energy molecules of any other attributes. How could it be easy to break out of this place? A faint light flickered, and Chi Yu knew that he had encountered the biggest problem. However, it was fortunate that he had the Buddhist power of the Sarira bead, which gave him time to think. The only thing he could rely on now was the Xianyuan sword in his hand. The Xianyuan sword was known as the destroyer of domains. If he wanted to rush out of this dark swamp, he could only rely on its power. As he thought of this, the light on his body gradually brightened. Under his full support, the energy of the Xianyuan sword continued to increase. Chi Yu did not use the cosmic crimson gold armor. This was because, without the help of external energy, if he hastily used the cosmic crimson gold armor, even though he could complete the transformation, it would consume too much energy. Now he was only facing a domain and not Langaire. Even if he could get out of this place, it did not mean that he could defeat Langaire. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Chi Yu decided to use his current state to activate the powerful attack of the Xianyuan sword. A strong light flashed, and Chi Yu took a deep breath. A faint layer of golden light appeared on his body. The light of the sun, moon, and stars on the Xianyuan sword in his hand suddenly lit up. The strong light was so dazzling that even the Buddhist light around his body could not withstand it. with the faint light flashing. Qi Yu raised the Xianyuan sword in front of him and poured all the energy in his body into it. Under the combined effect of the thundercloud force, the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword became stronger and stronger. As the owner of the Xianyuan sword, Qi Yu was completely immersed in the divine power of the Xianyuan sword. The giant sword, which was filled with benevolent energy, seemed to have truly become a part of his body. It was connected to his body through his hands. Raising both hands high into the air, the Xianyuan sword erupted with a golden light that enveloped Qi Yu's entire body, dyeing him golden. The Xianyuan divine sword, which was filled with a divine aura, emitted a sharp aura in all directions, forcibly avoiding a portion of the dark swamp. This was the power of a divine weapon that did not belong to any elemental attribute. The sharp energy was not something that dark energy could resist. Qi Yu understood that although the energy of the Xianyuan sword was able to resist the dark swamp as he had expected, this was a domain after all. As someone who also possessed a domain, he knew that this was a domain. Although the power of a domain depended on the energy of the user, relatively speaking, because of the various characteristics of a domain, the energy consumed by the user was definitely much less than that of the person trapped in the domain. Therefore, he had to leave this domain in the shortest time possible. Only then could he absorb enough energy from the air with his source of nature constitution. Therefore, he had to leave this domain in the shortest time possible. That way, he would be able to absorb enough energy molecules of various attributes from the air again with his source of nature constitution. Therefore, after increasing the energy of the Xianyuan sword, Qi Yu floated up without hesitation. He spread the 4 wings on his back and shouted, "Unity of heaven and man." The first of the Xianyuan 8 laws was activated with the support of the 7-cloud energy in his body. Relying on his tyrannical strength, Qi Yu did not use the ultimate transformation this time. He used the complete form of unity of heaven and man. His figure disappeared. To be precise, he was completely swallowed by the golden light emitted by the Xianyuan sword. At this moment, there was no distinction between the sword and the person. The huge energy aura caused the Xianyuan sword to suddenly explode. The sword was more than 10 meters long and carried an incomparably huge amount of energy. It suddenly slashed in a direction. With the explosion of the energy of the Xianyuan sword, the dark energy in the dark swamp was like ice and snow under the effect of the huge amount of energy. No matter how difficult it was to deal with this viscous swamp energy, it could not stop the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword. The huge amount of energy penetrated straight through. The power of the Xianyuan sword as a domain killer was fully displayed at this moment. An ear-piercing sound rang out. Qi Yu, who was in the unity of God and sword state, suddenly felt the surroundings lighten. All the pressure disappeared completely. He almost subconsciously quickly absorbed as much of the energy that he had fused with the Xianyuan sword into his body, minimizing the loss of energy in his body. The golden light disappeared and Qi Yu returned to his original form. He floated above the Tianxiang mountain. Lang'er looked at Qi Yu in shock. She clearly did not expect that the godly weapon in Qi Yu's hands could not only destroy her devil's kiss, but also have the ability to break through domains. The light in her eyes was a little shocked. The dark energy on her body was also not as dense as before. Using her most powerful domain had a huge impact on her body, causing her own energy to be greatly weakened. A faint light flashed, and a hint of coldness appeared in Qi Yu's eyes. Lang'er already had the intention to kill him, so he could not just wait for death. The Xianyuan sword was pointed diagonally towards the ground. As it absorbed the energy in the air, Qi Yu stared at Lang'er, waiting for her next attack. Lang'er looked at Qi Yu and snorted coldly, "Fine." Lang'er only said the word "you" before she stopped. Her delicate body turned slightly, and a huge amount of energy swept out once again. This time, the energy gathered towards the devil's kiss in her hand. The illusory figure had 3 pairs of black wings and was dyed with a layer of faint purple light. It looked extremely dazzling, but it was this dazzling figure that was about to bring Chi Yu the threat of death. Leng'er suddenly slashed out with the devil's kiss in her hand, and a huge amount of energy condensed into a black light in the air. The edges of the light were dark purple, and each of them was not aimed at Chi Yu's body. However, when the energy was completely released, Chi Yu could clearly feel that these strange black lights' final destination was his body. The battle had already reached this point, and both Chi Yu and Leng'er had suffered a lot of physical exhaustion. At this moment, the two of them were completely focused on each other, and Chi Yu could not hold back anymore, at least not now. Leng'er's attack and the tyrannical dark energy seemed to be a huge threat to him. The golden light shone again, and Chi Yu did not retreat. Instead, his body suddenly rushed forward, and the huge golden light transformed into a layer of golden light in his hand. With the Xianyuan sword, Chi Yu's strength could indeed be greatly improved. At the very least, when facing the opponent's attack with the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword, the sword light could almost ignore all the opponent's energy fluctuations. Unless one was as tyrannical as the Bull Demon King, it was almost impossible to resist the Xianyuan sword head-on. In the air, the golden and black light constantly collided. In order to save energy, Chi Yu did not completely release the golden light, but with the huge blade of the Xianyuan sword that was more than 5 meters long, he could easily protect his body. As the golden light on the sword continued to flicker, it dissolved Leng'er's attacks one by one, and Chi Yu's body was getting closer and closer to Leng'er. A faint light flickered, and Leng'er watched as Chi Yu gradually approached her, but she did not panic at all. Just then, the golden light suddenly shone. When Chi Yu's Xianyuan sword was already in front of her, Leng'er suddenly put down the devil's kiss in her hand. Chi Yu's sword was originally just a probing attack. However, when he suddenly saw that Leng'er actually gave up resisting and seemed to want to use her body to resist the sharpness of his Xianyuan sword, he could not help but panic. His strong fighting spirit suddenly disappeared, and in its place was panic. No one knew how terrifying the Xianyuan sword's sharpness was more than him. Once it slashed Leng'er's body, whether she was a god or a demon, there would only be one result. This situation was definitely not what Chi Yu wanted to see. What made Chi Yu even more surprised was that Leng'er not only put down the devil's kiss in her hand, at the same time, she completely withdrew the dark energy that her body emitted. Under such circumstances, her body seemed so fragile. The cold, killing intent in her eyes disappeared completely, and Leng'er's moving pink eyes were filled with sadness as she looked at Chi Yu. At this moment, looking at Leng'er's sad eyes in the blink of an eye, Chi Yu seemed to see Wen Ting, who sacrificed herself for him. Without any hesitation, when the golden sword was about to slash Leng'er's body, Chi Yu forcibly pulled back the Xianyuan sword. Even if doing so would cause damage to his body due to the recoil of energy, Chi Yu did not hesitate to do so. He did not want to see Leng'er die in front of him. The golden light retracted, and the Xianyuan sword was thrown to the side by Chi Yu with all his strength. At this moment, Leng'er, who was filled with sadness, suddenly became a little blurred. A slender hand appeared in front of Leng'er's chest. Before Chi Yu could react, the slender hand had already landed on Chi Yu's chest. With a loud bang, Chi Yu's body was sent flying. His tall body drew a beautiful parabola in the air as he spat out blood. As soon as the dark energy entered his body, it immediately erupted without reservation. Although he had the double defense of Kirin Red and Kirin Armor, it was not enough to stop the six-winged Leng'er's palm. As his body slid in the air, the heart-wrenching pain spread to every inch of his body. Although Chi Yu could not see Leng'er's situation because of his body's shape, his mental power clearly captured that Leng'er, who was almost cut in half by his sword, had disappeared. The real Leng'er had quietly appeared behind him. Mimicry could not only mimic energy, but could also mimic any living creature. In the face of Leng'er's special ability, Chi Yu had once again fallen for it. Furthermore, he had suffered heavy injuries due to his own carelessness. The meridians in his body had been greatly damaged by Langaire's tyrannical palm. It seemed that he was still too soft-hearted. Chi Yu could not help but sigh in his heart. However, he did not regret it this time. At this moment, Chi Yu was filled with joy. Although his body had been severely injured by Langaire's tyrannical palm attack, his origin of nature's energy had reached a terrifying level. With the help of the water thundercloud force, his origin of nature's self-healing ability had reached an extremely terrifying level. On the surface, his body seemed to have suffered great damage, and even Kirin's body had terrifying cracks. However, at this moment, the energy in his body was circulating crazily. Kirin's marrow cleansing and tendon changing technique, combined with the energy of the origin of nature, was healing his internal injuries at an extremely terrifying speed. The enormous energy and tyrannical healing caused the pain in Chi Yu's body to continuously decrease. He was now completely able to control his body to stabilize in the air. However, Chi Yu did not do so because he did not want to continue fighting with Langaire. Although Langaire had used his feelings to attack him, Chi Yu did not really hate her. After all, compared to Yemo, at least Langaire had saved his life before. Therefore, Chi Yu's body that was gliding in the air directly fell down the mountain. Due to gravity, the speed of his descent continued to increase. Langaire floated in the air, still maintaining the appearance when she launched the palm attack. There was a strange glint in her rose-red eyes. Her previous attack naturally had a purpose, which was to make Chi Yu suddenly launch a sneak attack when he thought that he had hit her. In order to complete the sneak attack, she even kept her demon's kiss into her body after transforming into a phantom. In this way, she could completely make the dark aura around her disappear in the shortest time, and it would also have a more confusing effect. Originally, Langaire did not expect that she could directly injure Chi Yu with her mimicry ability. She only hoped to gain the upper hand and then launch a storm of attacks on Chi Yu. After all, the Xianyuan sword in Chi Yu's hand also posed a great threat to her. However, as the Princess of Hell, Langaire never expected that Chi Yu would actually retract the Xianyuan sword at the last moment, and because he retracted the long sword that was slashing at her phantom, she hit him in the chest. Although Kirin Red brought a certain amount of recoil, Langaire was too familiar with her ability. Even if this attack was not enough to destroy Chi Yu, it could at least severely injure him. As long as she continued to pursue him, she had some confidence in destroying him. However, Chi Yu's action of retracting the Xianyuan sword was deeply imprinted in Langaire's mind at this moment. She clearly felt that something in the depths of her heart seemed to have been touched. He didn't want to hurt me, and it was because he didn't want to hurt me that he received my powerful attack. Although I am stronger than him in terms of overall strength, his sword already gives him the strength to contend with me. However, at the critical moment of the battle, he gave up attacking me just because he was afraid of hurting me. Seeing Chi Yu's body floating in the air, Langaire could not bear to chase after him and hit him again. She was already at a loss at this time. What should I do? Tao Taro updated the text version immediately. Chapter 247. Just as Langaire was hesitating, a low voice suddenly rang out beside her. Your Highness, now is not the time to feel pity. As the Princess of Hell, you must make the right decision. Langaire was startled by the sudden voice. Ah, it's you, but should I really kill him now? You saw for yourself. If it wasn't for the fear of hurting me, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the saint energy so easily. I'm afraid the final outcome is hard to say. No, Your Highness, you must make a choice. If you choose to let him go, then in the future, we may very well have to face a powerful enemy. In the east of this plain, there are many mysterious things, and these mysteries may very well become the biggest obstacle to us conquering the whole world in the future. As the Princess of Hell, as the only daughter of His Majesty Satan, you must not be soft-hearted because of a human. Since he is unwilling to submit to us, then the only ending for him is death. Langaire was silent. Her pink long hair seemed to have lost its luster. Her big, gentle eyes constantly flashed with a complicated light. For a moment, she did not know what to do. She really could not steel her heart to make such a decision. "Your Highness, could it be that you have fallen in love with that human?" The low voice rang out again. Langnair sighed. "I'm afraid so. Even in my demonized state, I actually can't steel my heart to kill him. You also know the extent of my power. Even if he doesn't die from my attack, his body will suffer a huge blow. I'm afraid that he will not be able to recover to his current level in the future. To us, he may not be a strong threat. Unless, can't we just let him go?" "Your Highness, you're wrong. Have you forgotten that human has the power of nature? Nature can change everything. With the power of nature, even after taking a full blow from you, there is still hope for him to recover. Furthermore, the power of nature can also allow him to improve in the future. His potential is huge. So, before he reaches a level where he can threaten us, he must be destroyed. Forget it. Since you are not willing to do it yourself, then leave this task to me." A black figure suddenly appeared behind Langnair. In a flash, he had already rushed down the mountain, chasing in the direction where Chiyu disappeared. There were 4 pairs of wings on the back of his tall figure. Unlike Langnair's black wings, they were real wings. Every single black feather was so clear. Langnair was stunned for a moment before she shouted, Don't do that!" However, she knew that it was too late. No one knew better than her how powerful her guardian angel was. Even if it was just 1 second, it was enough for him to destroy the heavily injured Chiyu 10 times over. Warm tears flowed down her cheeks, and a huge amount of energy burst forth. But Langnair didn't know what she should do. He was dead, he was dead, he was still dead. At this moment, her heart was filled with painful emotions. She did not know if she was in pain because of Chiyu's death, or because he did not choose her. Just as Langnair's emotions were fluctuating because of Chiyu, she was shocked to find that the place where Chiyu had fallen suddenly lit up with a reddish-gold light. That was definitely not the energy undulations of her guardian angel. However, this energy was abnormally strong, and the huge energy aura shocked her. Although Langnair had 6 wings, she was actually only slightly stronger than the Terror Demon King. The 5 and 6 wings that she had just grown were not fully utilized yet. Otherwise, she would not have been unable to defeat Chiyu when Chiyu was not at his full strength. However, her guardian angel was different. He was the strongest existence in hell apart from her father, the great demon king Satan. With the power of 8 wings, he had forcibly broken through the barriers of the plane and truly arrived in this world. Langnair believed that apart from her father, she had never met a match for his strength. At this moment, the reddish gold energy that appeared below seemed to be obstructing her guardian angel. How was this possible? What kind of power could obstruct her guardian angel? Langnair's heart was filled with questions. While Langnair was puzzled, Chiyu was in extreme pain. As his body fell, Chiyu's spiritual power kept track of Langnair's movements. As long as she did not chase after him, it meant that his plan had succeeded. Although she had slapped him, if she really had some feelings for him and did not want to hurt him, would she really kill him? Since he did not want to fight with Langnair, Chiyu had some hope in his heart. If things could be resolved in this way, it would not be a good ending. However, just as Chiyu's body was about to fall down the mountain, a suffocating energy suddenly appeared in midair. This energy was definitely not Langnair's. This was Chiyu's first reaction because the tyrannical degree of this energy was far beyond the level that Langnair could reach. The incomparably fierce, murderous aura caused every bit of energy in Chiyu's body to fluctuate in an instant. He had no other choice. Although his internal injuries had yet to recover, Chiyu had no other choice. He could only use his strongest power. When facing Langnair, he was a little reluctant to use his strongest energy. But when facing an enemy that could truly threaten his life, Chiyu would not hesitate at all. A scorching hot air surged in his heart, and Chiyu's body was instantly enveloped in a pale golden energy. Then, four wings suddenly spread out behind him, causing his falling speed to decrease rapidly. The energy from Wenting had completely fused with his body, and all the energy in his body also fused with the energy aura of the source of nature. Chiyu's choice was very correct, and it was also very wise. He was going to use his strongest ability. The Kirin bead turned golden, and the red rhombus on his forehead suddenly shot out a ray of red light, instantly illuminating every inch of his body. Then the Kirin mirror flew out from his left hand, and the Kirin illusion flew out from his right hand. The three energies simultaneously condensed towards the Kirin bead. The huge energy instantly spread, and the four colors of gold, silver, red, and black were replaced by light ribbons. They enveloped Chiyu's body. His long red hair kept extending behind him, and only stopped when it reached his feet. Suddenly, a reddish gold light erupted from the Kirin bead, fusing with Chiyu's and Wenting's energy, forming a ball of light that stopped in front of Chiyu's chest. There was a clanging sound, and a sturdy reddish gold chest armor covered Chiyu's firm chest muscles, perfectly fusing with the original Kirin armor. Then the chest armor separately extended up, down, and up. It extended wide shoulder armor, and down it covered Chiyu's waist. The huge energy spread in an instant, and the reddish gold light flowed to every corner of Chiyu's body, forming an incomparably gorgeous reddish gold armor. Every part of Chiyu's body was covered perfectly, and the huge energy aura constantly spread out from his body. Blood-red veined patterns appeared on the reddish gold armor, as though fresh blood was flowing within it. A pair of reddish gold wings suddenly spread out from Chiyu's back. The wings were as big as before, but the reddish gold light shining on them was extraordinarily bright. Every reddish gold feather had a clear pattern, and the enormous energy aura spread out in an instant. However, it was not over yet. At the same time that the reddish gold wings appeared, a layer of dark red light suddenly lit up behind Chiyu. That was the energy aura of Kirin hidden. Then the dark red light turned into a pair of dark red wings, appearing below the reddish gold wings. Together with the black wings that Kirin armor's second stage mutation, there were a total of 3 pairs of 6 wings on his back, extending outwards. The top pair was the reddish gold wings, and the bottom pair was the black wings. The dark red Kirin hidden's wings appeared at the bottom. A layer of reddish gold light appeared in front of Chiyu, covering his face. The light of the sun, moon, and stars shone from his body, bringing with it layers of light and shadow, and merged into the reddish gold armor. Suddenly, the blood-red patterns on the reddish gold armor began to flow, and on the smooth surface of the armor, images of the sun, moon, and stars appeared. Kirin's shadow disappeared. After Chiyu summoned the solar, lunisolar, starry, red golden armor, the power he used was not just Kirin's energy. After the fusion, the power increased several times. The Xianyuan sword in his hand flashed, and he directly slashed at the position in the air that made him feel suffocated. The huge energy light wave also lit up the valley where he was falling. A confused voice was heard, and the dark energy suddenly changed direction. Chiyu, who had controlled his fall, quickly stabilized his body. Light flashed, and he took a deep breath. Chiyu forcibly suppressed the injuries in his body. In that short period of time just now, although his self-healing ability was very strong, it was impossible for him to completely heal the injuries that his body had suffered in such a short period of time. After all, Lanier was very strong. When the solar, lunisolar, starry, red golden armor was used, the energy wave around his body suddenly changed. The huge energy wave caused everything around him to fluctuate. Although his combat power had been raised to the highest level, at this moment, Chiyu had lost the ability to heal his injuries. This was because all the energy had been completely fused after the ultimate transformation. A black figure appeared in the sky above Chiyu, and a pair of cold eyes stared at Chiyu. The huge pressure became even stronger than before. The first person that came to Chiyu's mind was actually Chiyu. The energy aura was very similar to Chiyu's, but it was darker than Chiyu's energy. However, it was not as evil. In terms of the intensity of the energy, the enemy in front of him was even stronger than Chiyu. As for how strong it was, Chiyu could not really judge. However, Chiyu was shocked to discover that there were 8 black wings on the back of the person who had suddenly appeared. Each feather on the black wings looked like a black crystal, shining with a dark luster. It was a tall man who looked a little familiar. He was extremely handsome, and his tall body released a huge energy wave. His whole body was covered with a layer of black aura. The armor on his body was not a full body armor, and it only protected a few important parts. The black armor carried a faint energy aura. Although it was not strong, Chiyu could clearly feel that it was definitely compressed energy. Even the entire armor seemed to be formed by a huge amount of compressed energy. The 8 wings on his back were too dazzling for Chiyu. The strong energy oppressed Chiyu's body. Even though he had transformed into the cosmic crimson gold armor, Chiyu still did not have any advantage against him. His aura was completely suppressed. The light in Chiyu's eyes shrank, and he said coldly, "You must be the guardian angel that Lung Er mentioned." The tall man with the 8 wings nodded and said calmly, "We meet again. Her Highness couldn't steal her heart to destroy you, so leave this task to me." Chiyu looked at him in surprise and said, "Have we met before?" The tall man said calmly, "What do you think? If not for the fact that the princess was very interested in you, do you think you could have easily reached the basement and met Her Highness?" A thought flashed through his mind. Chiyu immediately recalled the scene when he was in the City of Hell. At that time, after entering the steeple, he had seen a huge statue. It was through the statue that he had entered the basement and rescued Lung Er and the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King. "You are that statue?" Chiyu asked. "That's right. I am Her Highness Protector, and I will always be by her side. Anyone who wishes to harm Her Highness will have to go through me first. I had originally planned to let Her Highness gain some combat experience from you, but I didn't expect you to be so much stronger than I had imagined. Even just now, you did not use your full strength. Seeing that you once wanted to show mercy to Her Highness, I will leave your corpse intact." The light of the sun, moon, and stars on the Xianyuan sword became exceptionally clear, and the fused energy in his body began to circulate. The light in Chiyu's eyes turned cold. Facing such a strong opponent, the battle intent in his heart was even stronger than before. This was not Lung Er. Since he wanted to kill him, then he would see who would be the one to destroy the other. Chiyu's chest was still aching, and the lunisolar crimson gold armor could not last for too long. This was different from the previous battle of attrition. Right now, he needed to end this battle quickly. The crimson gold light lit up, and the 6 wings on his back spread out. In a flash, he had already appeared beside the tall man. The Xianyuan sword in his hand shone with a surging energy. As his mind power locked onto his opponent's body, the sharp energy of the Xianyuan sword also locked onto his opponent, and he immediately launched a violent attack. The powerful energy fluctuations filled Chiyu with confidence. However, his confidence was quickly shattered. This was because his opponent had disappeared without any warning. Moreover, it was not teleportation. To be able to escape from his attack under such circumstances, it showed how strong his opponent was. Even his mind power and the aura of the Xianyuan sword could not lock onto his opponent. Although the energy of the Xianyuan sword could not lock onto his opponent, it was due to the lack of Xuanyuan's soul and his lack of strength. Even so, his opponent's strength was enough to shock Chiyu. Although the 8-winged guy in front of him didn't have Chiyu's Pango axe, the energy fluctuations on his body were clearly above Chiyu's. Even Chiyu couldn't escape from the Xianyuan sword's lock. With a flash of light, Qi Yu instinctively pulled the Xianyuan sword in his hand to protect his chest. At that moment, an invisible energy had already enveloped his body. As if his body had been hit by a huge hammer, Qi Yu let out a muffled groan, and his body suddenly floated backwards. The 6 wings on his back shone brightly at the same time, and he used all his strength to dissolve the energy of his opponent's attack. That tall man didn't even move. He was still floating there, and the corner of his mouth revealed an indescribable light. Compared to me, your strength is really too insignificant. Your final outcome has long been decided. Qi Yu snorted coldly. Cut the crap and make your move. The reddish gold light condensed again. Qi Yu understood that in the face of the difference in energy, it was impossible for him to defeat his opponent with battle techniques. The biggest thing he could rely on now was the Xianyuan sword in his hand. All the fused energy burst forth at this moment, and a huge energy aura was released completely. He did not use the union of heaven and man. This was because he had to defeat his opponent in the shortest time possible with the least amount of energy expended. Therefore, at this moment, with the help of the solar lunar star crimson golden armor, he directly used the second art of the Xianyuan 8 laws. Meteor chases the moon. The golden light condensed in the air, and Qi Yu's body directly disappeared into the void. Countless golden shadows flickered in the air, and a huge energy light condensed rapidly. The sun, moon, and stars. At this moment, what appeared in the air was completely the golden light. Countless golden light spots covered every corner of the sky. As the second art of the Xianyuan 8 laws, Meteor Chases the Moon, had different ways of using it. Previously, when he was facing Qi Yu used the condensed form of Meteor Chases the Moon. This time, he chose to use the scattered form of Meteor Chases the Moon. Although the attacking form was different, as it was the ability of the Xianyuan sword itself, the effect it could unleash was extremely tyrannical. The enormous energy aura was completely restrained, and the golden specks of light condensed into golden balls of light in the air. What surprised the tall man was that the golden balls of light were still filled with the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword, and at this moment they were even more powerful. It was a few times stronger than before. There was no doubt that the Xianyuan 8 laws consumed a huge amount of energy, but at the same time it was also the most powerful attack that the Xianyuan sword could unleash. Under the effect of that huge amount of energy, Qi Yu's attack power was raised to the limit. The huge amount of energy flickered, and the tall man's body surged with a layer of dark golden light. His entire body seemed to be made of metal, and every single energy aura was extremely tyrannical. His palms met in front of his chest, and a dark golden ball of light appeared. The ball of light did not increase in size from the moment it appeared, but the dark golden light became more and more obvious. As the huge amount of energy condensed, the 8 wings on his back automatically flapped. With every flap, the dark golden ball of light between his palms would become a little more solid. Facing the second art of the Xianyuan 8 laws, even someone as tyrannical as him could not help but have a serious expression. Sensing the reddish gold light in the valley, Langere floated over and saw the moment Qi Yu's figure disappeared. She could clearly feel the tyrannical energy fluctuations in the air, and her heart could not help but be shocked. Just as the tall man had said, Qi Yu did not use his full strength in the battle with her. Although she had also held back, it seemed that Qi Yu had held back even more. At least in his current state, he also had 6 wings. No wonder he was unwilling to cooperate with her. With his current strength, he seemed to be able to dominate an area. Seeing Qi Yu's strength, Langere was a little happy. At least this proved that she had not misjudged him. The 3 pairs of wings were reddish gold, dark red, and silver. When he had fought with her before, there seemed to be a pair of gold and a pair of black wings. The black wings seemed to have turned into the dark red pair, but the previous pair of golden wings had disappeared. Could it be that he was still holding back until now? Could it be that he also had the strength of 8 wings? Although Chiyu had indeed hidden his strength before, at this time, Lanier had somewhat overestimated him. Facing a peerless expert as strong as the eight-winged hell, how could Chiyu still hold back? His opponent was so tyrannical that he had to raise all his strength to be able to barely fight against him. The golden wings in Lanier's memory were obtained by Chiyu when he absorbed a 10,000-year-old golden-winged eagle. It was not his real strength, but now his strength was different. The energy of the solar lunisolar golden armor was condensed at this time, and the 3 pairs of wings were also condensed by Chiyu's full strength. The silver wings were Kirin's origin energy. The reddish gold wings appeared after his energy, and when Ting's energy merged and appeared under the influence of the Shenyuan sword. As for the dark red wings, they were condensed by Kirin and all 4 types of thundercloud force in his body. No matter which pair of these 3 pairs of wings, no matter which pair was extremely tyrannical and had great effects, they could greatly increase Chi-Yu's strength. The wings from the golden-winged eagle, on the other hand, were of a much lower level. When Chi-Yu's energy completely merged, it disappeared on its own. It was not that Chi-Yu wanted to hide anything. Taking a step back, even if Chi-Yu found a way to get it out, it would not be his real strength, and it would not be of the same level as the other 3 pairs of wings. The dark golden light in front of the tall man became stronger and stronger. At this time, the sky above Tianxiang Mountain was illuminated by the golden light. The golden light moved one by one, and with an incomparably sharp aura, they shot towards the tall man below like meteors chasing the moon. Seeing this scene, Lanier could not help but think of a kind of astronomical phenomenon, and that was meteor shower. That's right. The meteor shower was a method of using meteors chasing the moon. Previously, Chiyu used the meteor chasing the moon comet against Chiyu. In terms of overall energy, it was obvious that the meteor shower was more condensed. However, the meteor shower had the effect of superimposing attacks. Naturally, Chiyu chose to superimpose them because in a situation where there was no divine weapon to rely on, it was impossible for the opponent to neutralize the meteor chasing the moon attack one by one. Loud explosions sounded continuously. Every sound was extremely shocking, and a huge energy wave shot up from the center of the collision, flashing brilliantly like fireworks. The dark golden light in front of the tall man was condensed from some unknown energy. Facing the attack of the Shenyuan 8 laws, it unexpectedly blocked one meteor shower after another. After the incomparably sharp energy collided with it, it produced a huge energy wave, causing the figure of the tall man with 8 wings to flicker unceasingly. A tyrannical light flashed in Chi-Yu's eyes. At this time, he was extremely shocked. The opponent was actually able to block this level of attack with just energy. Could it be that he was stronger than the Demon Bull King? At this time, the meteor chasing the moon's power had been fully displayed, and Chiyu had no other way but to display the effect of the Shenyuan 8 laws to the limit. Every time the tall man withstood an attack from Chiyu, his body would automatically move backwards in the air, and the expression on his face would become more serious. The dark golden light ball in front of him would also fluctuate violently under the bombardment of the meteor shower. Every time it flickered, it would become a little more scattered. Under the unceasing stacking of attacks, it seemed that it would not be able to withstand it. The tall man growled, and the light in front of his chest suddenly lit up. A dark golden cross floated out and directly imprinted on the dark golden light ball in front of his chest. The dark golden light ball seemed to originally belong to this cross. It condensed and formed at the intersection point of the cross, and at this time, the cross also changed form. A dark golden light shot up into the sky and turned into a long sword that fell into his hand. The tall man moved, and under the effect of the huge energy, the dark golden long sword in his hand continuously swung out. Every time he swung it, he could neutralize the attack brought by the meteor chasing the moon. His strength was so strong that even as an enemy, Chiyu could not help but gasp in amazement. This guy was simply too strong, to the point of inconceivably strong. In truth, Qi Yu's judgment was somewhat wrong. The tall man did not only use energy, but he was not strong enough to rely on energy alone to block Qi Yu's attack. The dark golden light ball that he had condensed was actually the same as Lung, Air's demon's kiss. They were both demon weapons. Hell's 3 great demon weapons. Ranked last was the demon's kiss, and ranked second was the dark demon sword in his hand, also known as the fallen demon sword. The dark golden light ball was just a precursor to the appearance of the dark demon sword, and it was also the most preserved form of the dark demon sword. Although Qi Yu, who had transformed into a meteor chasing the moon, was surprised that the tall man was able to block his attack using the Xianyuan 8 laws, he did not know that the tall man was already shocked and angry. He had been secretly observing the battle between Qi Yu and Lung, Air, and he could clearly feel that although Qi Yu had not fully unleashed his power, there was still a huge gap between his true strength and that of the tall man's. However, just as the battle began, he was shocked to discover that Qi Yu, who had transformed into the cosmic crimson golden armor, and with the assistance of the Xianyuan sword, the attack power generated was enough to threaten him. Otherwise, he would not have used the dark demon sword. He had originally wanted to deal with Qi Yu head-on, but the powerful attack of Meteor Chase's moon had left him with no chance to do so. In fact, he had no choice but to transform into the original body of the dark demon sword to defend himself. On the surface, it looked as if he had withstood the attack, but in reality, his dark demon sword had already suffered countless tiny wounds from the Xianyuan sword's bombardment. In terms of quality, the dark demon sword was slightly better than the demon's kiss, but there was still a huge gap between it and the Xianyuan sword. It was also because of this that such a situation occurred. In the face of the meteor chasing the moon, he could no longer break free from Qi Yu's lock on him. Hence, he could not even dodge. How could the Xianyuan 8 laws be easily blocked? The golden light finally ended after the last dozen attacks, and Qi Yu's figure reappeared in midair. The tall man's face looked even colder, and the dark demon sword in his hand was trembling slightly. Just like the Xianyuan sword, this kind of super demon weapon also had a soul. In the face of the king's aura of the Xianyuan sword, it actually felt like retreating. With a flash of light, the tall man retracted his dark demon sword. At this moment, there was an additional wound on the left side of his face. At the last moment, he still could not completely block the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword. Although the injury was not serious, it was the greatest humiliation for him. I don't know how many years it has been since anyone could hurt my body. Brat, you actually made me bleed today. Only by using the cruelest method to torture you to death can I wash away the humiliation I have suffered. The fallen angel, Lucifer, officially challenges you to the cruelest of challenges. I will not stop until one of us dies. Although Qi Yu was not very familiar with Western mythology, he had heard of the fallen angel, Lucifer. Lucifer used to be the archangel of heaven, and he was the leader of the many archangels. Later, for some unknown reason, he chose to fall and join the resistance camp, acknowledging the great demon king, Satan, as his master. And this legendary figure was actually floating in front of him at this moment. Unlike the goddess Athena, Yamu was an inherited deity. After all, she was still human. However, the Lucifer in front of him was a real demon, and a top-grade demon at that. No wonder he had such great power. Chapter 248. Lucifer snorted coldly and said, "Your Highness, we people in hell can't be merciful. Don't you know that? If your father finds out, I'm afraid he won't forgive you." Langare glanced at Qi Yu. She knew that although Qi Yu's attack power was very powerful, he must be an arrow at the end of its flight after receiving her palm strike and increasing his energy with all his might. Lucifer was really angry. In hell, apart from her father, Lucifer was the most powerful. Because her father doted on her, Lucifer became her guardian angel. If the fallen angel Lucifer really wanted to kill someone, He would definitely do it by hook or by crook. Moreover, with his strength, Chiyu, who was at the end of his flight, would definitely not be able to withstand another thunderous blow. Lanier's judgment was right. After forcefully using the meteor chasing the moon, Chiyu's chest was already full of annoyance. The attack power of Lanier's previous palm strike was fully displayed, and she had to use such a huge amount of energy before she could fully heal him. The injuries he had suffered previously in his chest and abdomen had completely erupted. He could only barely condense the remaining energy to temporarily maintain the Golden Sun armor. Not to mention Lucifer. Even if Lanier attacked him now, he might not be able to deal with it. Recently, he had faced several top powerhouses in succession, which made Chiyu realize that his strength was still very insufficient. Even if he could still use the 1,000 opportunities ever-changing Big Dipper realm technique, it was impossible to save the current situation. However, even so, when Lanier pleaded for him to Lucifer, he still had two feelings in his heart. One was that he had a better impression of Lanier. So what if she was a princess of hell? As long as she was sincere to him, he could treat her as a friend. The other reason was that Lung Jin's pleading for him had completely aroused the arrogance in Chiyu's heart. So what if she was Lucifer? Could demons not be killed? Chiyu's arrogance caused a strong desire to fight to rise in his heart. Facing a strong enemy, he knew that if he didn't use his last resort, he wouldn't be able to escape today. A faint silver light shone from Chiyu's right arm, causing even the golden light of the Sun-Moon Golden Sun armor to dim a little. An enormous amount of energy suddenly surged out, and the Qilin figure appeared once again. Under Chiyu's intentional activation of the Qilin's essence, the Sun-Moon Golden Sun armor was only maintained on the surface, but the energy was no longer as integrated as before. Lucifer ignored Chiyu, who was gathering energy, and said coldly, "Your Royal Highness, please don't interfere with my decision. This is the dignity of a fallen angel. Even if His Majesty Satan is here, he has no right to stop me from reclaiming my glory. Besides, this person in front of me must be destroyed. This is extremely important for our hell's future march into this world." Lanier was very anxious. When she saw the energy collision between Chiyu and Lucifer just now, she had already made a decision in her heart. It was not because of Chiyu's strength, but because of Chiyu's retracting sword. When she wanted to kill him, he could still do that. It was not wrong for her to like such a man. If he really died, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. Therefore, when Lucifer was about to attack again, Lanier immediately stood up and wanted to use her identity as the Princess of Hell to stop him. However, who was Lucifer? Although he was Lanier's guardian angel, his status in Hell was absolutely transcendent. Even Satan had to treat him with respect. Chiyu's Xianyuan sword had already posed a considerable threat to him. Once this young man's strength increased to the same level as his, with such an Eastern artifact, he would no longer be his opponent. Moreover, he had injured him. How could he tolerate such humiliation? With a wave of his left hand, a ball of black energy enveloped Lanier's delicate body. Even her ability to speak was sealed. In the face of absolute power, Lanier had no chance of resisting Lucifer at all. With a flash of light, he had already sent Lanier out. However, at this moment, Lucifer was suddenly shocked because he clearly saw that Chiyu's right arm had turned completely silver. Moreover, the right arm that was holding the sword had expanded by at least a third of its original size. The energy that had dimmed after using the moon chasing after the stars burned again, and this time it was much stronger than before. That's right, facing a strong enemy like Lucifer, Chiyu was already prepared to use his ultimate Kirin arm. Of course, the ultimate Kirin arm was not enough to destroy Lucifer. However, if he used the ultimate Kirin arm to push the Xianyuan sword, the effect would be different. According to Chiyu's calculations, if he used the ultimate Kirin arm with his current strength that surpassed 7 clouds, The effect would definitely not be the same as when he had destroyed the golden-winged eagle. Once he activated the Xianyuan 8 laws, he would at least be able to use the power of the fourth technique with his remaining strength. In that case, with the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword, even if he couldn't kill this guy in front of him, he would at least be able to severely injure him and make him pay the price for underestimating him. As a man, how could he struggle at death's door under the pleading of a girl? The light in Lucifer's eyes became serious again. The silver light that kept twisting around Chiyu's body and his gaze that was unafraid of death had already made Lucifer feel alarmed. However, at this time, for the sake of his honor and dignity, he would definitely not retreat. He was also confident that he could destroy this young man in front of him. The 8 wings spread out at the same time, and massive dark energy formed a spiral-shaped domain that enveloped a radius of a few square kilometers. Lucifer was also going to use his most powerful power. At this moment, Chiyu's constantly expanding silver energy suddenly retracted and did not continue to grow stronger. Moreover, even the energy aura on his body kept dissipating, and the sun-golden armor disappeared. When Lucifer saw this, he could not help but feel a little amused. He thought to himself, could it be that this kid's energy is insufficient? Was he just trying to intimidate me just now? If that's really the case, then you're dead. Lucifer had always thought that he would definitely win, but Chiyu did not think so. When he was about to use the ultimate Kirin arm, a deep and domineering voice rang out in his heart. Are you going to use the ultimate Kirin technique? If that's the case, your strength will not be able to recover for a very long time. No matter what, I, the Bull Demon King, am also a bull from the east. I once promised to do 3 things for you. This can be considered the first. Hearing the Bull Demon King's voice, Chiyu could not help but be overjoyed. He secretly scolded himself for being muddle-headed. There was still the Bull Demon King. He was not Lucifer's match. As the strongest demon god in the East, he would probably be able to put up a fight even if Satan came personally. The Bull Demon King had once promised him 3 things. Although he would use up one of them, it was still much better than losing all the energy in his right arm. Because of the Bull Demon King's reminder, Chiyu gave up on the idea of using the ultimate Kirin arm. He immediately retracted the released energy and replied to the Bull Demon King, "All right, I'll leave everything to you." When he dispersed the energy of the ultimate Kirin arm, the injury on his chest seemed to hurt even more. The energy waves in his body also became much weaker. From the start of the battle with Lanier until now, he had been constantly on guard. Now that he had relaxed, he naturally could not maintain the effect of the sun-golden armor. Of course, Chiyu also had his own thoughts. He did not hope that the Bull Demon King would kill Lucifer. Instead, he hoped that the Bull Demon King and Lucifer would both be injured. That would be the best situation. If that happened, not only would he be able to kill a fallen angel, but he would also be able to completely clear the hidden problems in his body. After all, the Bull Demon King was in his body. To Chiyu, it had always been like a thorn in his back. If he could solve this problem, he would undoubtedly be the happiest. Seeing that Chiyu's energy had dispersed, Lucifer did not want to waste any more time. After all, Lanier was still very powerful. If he wanted to use energy to control her, it would consume a lot of Lucifer's energy. Moreover, Lanier was Satan's daughter after all. Although he had not done anything wrong, it was better to end it as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. A huge amount of dark energy gathered, and Lucifer floated up. His tall and high-spirited figure appeared in front of Chiyu in the blink of an eye, and his palm went straight for Chiyu's chest. In order to solve the problem in an instant, he did not even use an energy attack. He did not want to give Chiyu any more chances. Just when Lucifer thought that he was about to solve the problem and that Lanier had already closed her eyes, a domineering voice suddenly rang out. "Do you really think that there is no one else in the East?" What greeted Lucifer was a huge fist, and an incomparably surging domineering aura met Lucifer's palm that was filled with dark energy. Amidst the loud bang, Chi-Yu's body used the force to retreat far away, and his huge body that was 10 meters tall suddenly floated in the air. Lucifer, on the other hand, was sent flying. He spread the 8 wings on his back and barely managed to balance his body. He was shocked to find that a giant had appeared in Chi-Yu's previous position. It had a ferocious face, an incomparably strong body, and a pair of super big horns on its head. Its huge, fierce eyes were staring at him, and its hands were clasped together, making a kind of bone-grinding sound that made one's teeth ache. "Who are you?" Lucifer resisted the surging blood and chi in his body and asked in shock. In order to destroy Chi-Yu just now, he had used more than 80% of his energy to attack with his palm. However, when it came into contact with the huge fist, it was as if it had hit a mountain made of fine gold. It could not move the other party at all, and the domineering energy directly sent his body flying back. The domineering energy waves had completely covered all the directions that he could sense. "Bull Demon King," snorted coldly and said, "Are all you Westerners like this? Last time it was a white-haired one, and this time it's a black-haired one. Aren't you all beasts? Who cares who I am? I'm from the East anyway. Little guy, if I don't beat you up today, you won't know why flowers are so red. What did you say to Chi-Yu just now? You want to leave his corpse intact, right? Today, I'll turn you into a bird stick." Hearing Bull Demon King's words that were full of Jianghu aura, Chi-Yu, who had just retreated, could not help but burst into laughter. When did this old bull learn these things? Moreover, he said it so naturally. He immediately cooperated and asked, "What is a bird stick?" Bull Demon King said proudly, "Isn't that simple? A bird stick is to pluck out all his bird feathers and then tear off all the extra things. Only a bare pole is left. Isn't that a bird stick?" Lucifer was already trembling with anger because of Bull Demon King. He subconsciously cursed in Western countries. F***K, Bull Demon King was stunned for a moment. He had been in Chi-Yu's body for some time. With his ability to accept things when he was in the West, he more or less knew a few words of English, especially when it came to cursing. He snorted disdainfully and said contemptuously, "Little guy, you want to F***CK me with your morals?" As he said that, he turned around halfway and shook his huge butt at Lucifer, saying, "It's not that I'm looking down on you, but your bird is definitely not long enough." Chi-Yu was already speechless. When did Bull Demon King become so lascivious? Moreover, his level of lasciviousness was definitely comparable to Hu Guang and the rest. Lucifer's face was already filled with black lines. He could no longer hold back the rage in his heart. He had also forgotten that the huge guy in front of him was much stronger than him. In a flash, he rushed towards Bull Demon King. The dark demon sword appeared once again, and a huge black hole appeared in the circle of the dark demon sword. The crazy suction force was definitely not something that Langaire's dark energy could compare to. Bull Demon King pursed his lips. The dark energy might have a great impact on Chi-Yu, forcing him to carefully maintain his energy. However, Bull Demon King was different from Chi-Yu. His energy contained a certain amount of dark energy, but it was not as pure as Lucifer's dark energy. There was also an abnormally evil energy wave and an incomparably strong and domineering aura. That huge energy wave was definitely not something that Lucifer could resist, even if he wanted to. A powerful energy wave appeared directly in front of Lucifer. When he activated the dark demon sword with all his might to conjure a black hole to swallow the Bull Demon King's body, the Bull Demon King only made one move. He spread his huge arms to the sides of his body, completely giving up any resistance and allowing the black hole to envelop his body. "Little guy, didn't you want to devour me? Fine, I'll let you devour as much as you want. However, your hole is too small. I'm afraid it can't withstand my huge size." The black hole swept out and Bull Demon King's body was completely devoured. Huge amounts of dark energy filled the air. Chi-Yu looked at everything that was happening in front of him in shock. He definitely did not want to miss out on the battle between these two super strong people. He was very clear that Bull Demon King was definitely not easy to deal with. From the moment Bull Demon King appeared, he could tell that although Lucifer's energy was huge and could devour him to death, when facing Bull Demon King, Lucifer's energy was only slightly stronger than Chi Yu's and was still unable to resist. The feeling that Bull Demon King gave Chi Yu was that he was completely unfathomable. He really did not know how strong this old bull's energy was. Indeed, just as Lucifer heaved a sigh of relief and the resentful gaze in his eyes began to turn into excitement, a layer of dense purple electric light suddenly appeared all over his body. In an instant, not only did the excitement that had just risen up in him disappear completely, at the same time, extreme fear appeared in his eyes. He almost instinctively retreated quickly, and right at the position where Bull Demon King had been devoured, a thunderous sound rang out. A crack in the space appeared, and Bull Demon King's huge body directly stepped out. Under the influence of the aura, Lucifer let out a muffled grunt and spat out a mouthful of black blood mist. His body swayed unsteadily. Just as he was about to use his domain ability, he suddenly felt his entire body suddenly sink. It was as if a huge pressure of 3 mountains had appeared on his body, immediately interrupting the activation of his energy. That huge body appeared in front of him at an unbelievable speed. Bull Demon King's giant spirit palm was already coming towards him. In a panic, Lucifer could only concentrate all his energy on the dark demon sword. At the same time, he retracted his 8 wings to protect his body in an attempt to block Bull Demon King's attack. But how strong was Bull Demon King's strength? With a boom, Lucifer's body was directly sent flying, smashing into the mountain beside him like a cannonball. Bull Demon King laughed. "I told you this birdman's hole is too small. It can't withstand my huge size. I'm going to take a look. How much energy do you have left to withstand my attack again?" As he spoke, he had already flown towards the hole that had been smashed open. Chi Yu watched as Bull Demon King beat up Lucifer, exclaiming in his heart. He also did not expect Bull Demon King to be so strong. The evenly matched battle that he had anticipated did not happen at all. In front of Bull Demon King, Lucifer did not even have the ability to withstand a single blow. Actually, what Chi Yu did not know was that although Bull Demon King was strong, the gap between him and Lucifer was not that huge. The reason why he could achieve such a result was firstly that Lucifer had already expended a lot of energy under Chi Yu's meteor-chasing moon attack. Secondly, it was Bull Demon King's cunning. He naturally understood that Chi Yu was wary of him. Hence, when he went into battle, he immediately used his strongest ability, Giant Spirit Force. Although there were no visible changes on the surface, Bull Demon King had concentrated all his energy to explode. Once Giant Spirit Force was activated, just like Chi Yu's solar lunisolar crimson gold armor, it could increase the strength of its original attack by more than double in a short period of time. Moreover, Lucifer was angered by Bull Demon King's words. In actual combat, he could only use about 70% of his strength. Under such circumstances, he was immediately at a disadvantage in the hands of Bull Demon King. Chi Yu, who was trying his best to heal his injuries, felt his heart tighten. Lanier had already appeared beside him. However, Lanier was not here to attack him. Her long pink hair draped over her shoulders. Lanier looked a little disheveled. Her eyes revealed a trace of a pleading look. "Chi Yu, I beg you, let Uncle Lucifer go. He is only making things difficult for you to protect me. Uncle Lucifer watched me grow up. I have always treated him as my real uncle. I'm begging you." Of course, Chi Yu did not want to let Lucifer go. It was not because Lucifer wanted to kill him. Lanier had already said that hell would very likely descend upon the human world soon. Lucifer was the strongest person in hell, second only to Satan. Even Chi Yu could not resist him. Once he really led the Hell Army to attack the east, Such a strong opponent would cause great damage to the east. That was definitely not what Chi wanted to see. However, looking at Langaire's sorrowful face, Chi could not bear to reject her. After all, when Lucifer wanted to kill him, Langaire had even given up her dignity as a princess of hell to beg him. Although her goal today was to kill him, before Lucifer appeared, Langaire did not really have the intention to kill him. Langaire, you have to understand that I cannot control that old bull. Chi Yu said helplessly. Langaire said anxiously, but didn't you summon him? Ming Ming saw that he was separated from your body just now. It turns out that you actually have such a powerful combat partner. Chi Yu, I beg you, let Uncle Lucifer go. I promise that I will never come to the east again to make things difficult for you. Chi Yu's eyes flashed, and he said, Then can you guarantee that when hell descends upon the human world, it will not be a threat to the east? This, Chi Yu, you should know that this is not something that I can decide. I beg you, let Uncle Lucifer go. Whatever you want, as long as I can give it to you, I am willing. Even if it's my body, I can. Since Langaire had already said this much, Chi Yu knew that he could not harden his heart to reject her. He sighed and said, All right, consider it as repayment for the time you saved me. From now on, we do not owe each other anything. If the Hell Realm really wants to attack the East in the future, you should also carefully consider whether you have the strength to do so. Bull Demon King in the East is only one of the strong. Even if your father is here, he may not be able to defeat him. Chi Yu could not help but feel a lot more relieved that he could repay the debt he owed. At least, when he faced Langaire again in the future, he no longer owed her anything. If the two of them were destined to be enemies in the end, Chi Yu could also let go and do whatever he wanted. He would no longer have any psychological burden. Tears flowed down her face, and Langaire slowly lowered her head. She knew that there was an insurmountable gap between her and Chi Yu. Old Bull, stop. Chi Yu shouted, and along with the fluctuation of his mental strength, he directly transmitted it to the depths of Bull Demon King's mind. At this time, Bull Demon King had already carried Lucifer out of the hole that was smashed. He had always been a man of his word. Under the incomparably tyrannical energy lock, he directly tore off 3 of Lucifer's feathers, causing the fallen angel to let out a miserable cry. Black blood splattered in the air. Bull Demon King turned around and looked at Chi Yu. Have you really decided to let him go? Chi Yu nodded and said, From today onwards, I no longer owe them anything. I don't owe them anything anymore. Let them go. The Bull Demon King chuckled and said, Helping you fight is your first request to me. Then let me help you. Then, asking me to stop now should be your second request to me. I can let him go, but I only owe you one thing. Hearing him say that, Chi Yu could not help but get angry. Hey, old bull, if you want to say that, then fine, I'll make my third request now. It's very simple. My last request is that you must do 3 more things for me. Bull Demon King was stunned for a moment and said angrily, What do you mean? Chi Yu said proudly, What about you? So what? Since you can act shamelessly, why can't I? He was a ruffian. He had seen this kind of trick many times in the past. Bull Demon King had no choice but to compromise. He casually threw Lucifer to the side like he was throwing trash and said, All right, just one thing. Old Bull is going back. You do as you see fit. With a flash of light, he directly returned to Chi Yu's body. At this time, his giant spirit body's ability could not last for long. Ever since Lucifer became an archangel in the heaven realm, he had never suffered such a huge loss. 3 wings. It was extremely difficult to recover. The heart-wrenching pain was not as good as the strong sense of humiliation in his heart. He stood up from the ground covered in blood and looked at Chi Yu. His originally handsome face had already become somewhat distorted. At this time, Chi Yu's injuries had already recovered a lot. Holding the Xianyuan divine sword in his hand, he looked at Lucifer fearlessly. With Lucifer's current injuries, It was impossible for him to pose any threat. Langare almost begged Lucifer, "Forget it, uncle, let's leave this place." Lucifer finally looked at Chiyu coldly and suddenly disappeared in the dim black light. The last look he left behind clearly told Chiyu that he would return one day. The hatred between the Guardian of the East and the underworld had already been deeply rooted. The next time he came, Lucifer would definitely not be alone. Looking at Lucifer's disappearing figure, Langare heaved a sigh of relief. The 3 pairs of black wings behind her disappeared. Standing beside Chiyu, her aura seemed a little weak. It was not a weakness in energy, but in spirit. "Langare." Chiyu called out to her. Langare turned around and looked at Chiyu blankly. She knew that it was no longer possible between her and Chiyu. Zhao Feng and the underworld had also become mortal enemies. Even she did not know what would happen in the future. After all, she was not the ruler of the underworld. With Lucifer's position in Satan's heart, Satan would not let Chiyu off after suffering such a big loss this time. "We're still friends." Chiyu stretched out his hand to Langare and said with certainty, "No matter what happens between the underworld and us in the future, no matter what happens in the future, at least we're still friends now." Langare was stunned for a moment. She looked at Chiyu with the same gentle gaze that Chiyu had when they first met. Her pink eyes flickered, and she suddenly reached out to grab Chiyu. Her delicate body rushed forward and rushed into Chiyu's embrace, kissing his lips. Chiyu was stunned for a moment. Langare's fragrant lips were not as cold as he had imagined. Those warm and soft lips carried a faint sound. Langare's alluring body trembled slightly in his embrace. "Be careful, Chiyu. The underworld will not fail. There is no power that can stop us. When the West falls, the East will definitely be our target. At that time, everything will not be under my control. My father will personally come to the human world." Chiyu's heart trembled. Was Satan going to personally come to the human world? However, could the overlord of the underworld really break through the plane and come to his world? At this moment, he could not help but think of the catastrophe that Yamu had mentioned. At that time, Yamu had said that it was a catastrophe for the entire human race, not just the West. Could it be that she was referring to the arrival of Satan? Langare slowly straightened her body. The temperature from Chiyu's body made her feel very warm, but it was only for a moment. With sadness and a strong sense of regret and loss, she took a deep look at Chiyu, completely imprinting this man's appearance into her mind. She floated up, her pink dress fluttering in the air. The princess of hell had already unknowingly left. Chiyu watched as Langare's figure disappeared. How could he not feel a little disappointed in his heart? Chapter 249. At this moment, Chiyu was in a bad mood. It was not because of Langare, but because of Wenting. When he used the lunisolar golden armor the previous 2 times, Wenting was awake because of the huge amount of energy transferred. But this time, her soul was still in a deep sleep. Wenting's soul was different from Xuanyuan's soul, Bull Demon King, Little Peng, and Xiaji in Chiyu's body. As for the others, even if they were in a deep sleep, Chiyu could clearly feel their existence. But because Wenting had completely given up on her physical body, she appeared directly in the form of her own energy. Therefore, her soul was very weak. Chiyu did not even know where she was hiding in his body. Where was Wenting? What was she doing? Why didn't she appear even though he had enough energy? Was there something wrong with her soul? Or was it because he had gradually absorbed the energy that she had injected into his body, causing her soul to be damaged? Because when Ting did not appear, Chiyu could not help but let his imagination run wild. Towards Wen Ting, other than a deep love, he also felt a strong sense of guilt. If it was not because of him, Wen Ting would not have died. Therefore, among the most important women in Chiyu's heart, Wen Ting was clearly ranked first. Tianxiang Mountain was one of the famous scenic spots in the capital city. Therefore, it was much greener than other places in the capital city. Here, where the aura of nature was relatively abundant, Chiyu used about an hour to completely heal the injuries that Langere had inflicted on him. As his body recovered, he understood that Langere must have held back at the last moment when she struck him with her palm. Otherwise, even if he was also injured, his injuries would definitely be much more serious. Thinking of this, Chiyu's feelings towards Langere changed slightly, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Regardless of which faction they belonged to, it didn't necessarily mean that they would appear according to their own faction. Just like Yamu and Langere, Yamu was the successor of goddess Athena. However, in order to improve his strength, didn't she give up the little bit of relationship he had built up with great difficulty? Even if she didn't kill him in the end out of guilt and regret, but her actions were completely unlike the gods that humans worshipped. What about Langere? With her identity as the Princess of Hell, Ming had already expressed that it was impossible for her to cooperate with Hell, so she should have gotten rid of her. However, from the beginning to the end of the battle, she had held back. Even when Lucifer decided to kill her, Langere appeared in time to stop him. Can you really call such a girl a demon? No. At least in Chiyu's mind, the answer was definitely no. A faint light flickered. You floated up from the ground. It was time to go back. He didn't tell Snow Girl before sneaking out for such a long time. She must have been very worried. What Chiyu didn't know was that Snow Girl wasn't the only one who was worried about him. His parents had also stayed in the Dragon Field courtyard, waiting for his return. Taking out his spare clothes from the Kirin Pearl, Chiyu was about to fly back to the Dragon Field courtyard when the phone in his pocket rang. He took it out and was surprised to find that there were more than 10 missed calls on his phone, and all of them were from the same number. It was the one that was calling him now. He pressed the answer button. Who is it? Looking for me so impatiently. Chiyu never had the habit of memorizing phone numbers. He thought that the person who kept calling him should be Snow Girl. However, unexpectedly, a kind voice came from the other side of the phone. Chiyu? It's really not easy to find you. Master, is that you? That's right, the person who called was Master Zagtalu, who had already returned to Tibet. Yes, it's me, Chiyu. Do you have time recently? If you do, you'd better come to Tibet. I have something to tell you. Although Zagru's voice was very calm, Chiyu could still hear some of his emotional anxiety. Even with Zagru's Buddha nature cultivation, this kind of situation could not help but make Chiyu's heart sink. He said, Master, what's so urgent? Zagru said, It's not convenient to talk about this over the phone. You should talk about it when you get to Tibet. If you don't have time, I'll fly to the capital to find you. Chiyu said without hesitation, No need, Master. I'll go find you. I'll leave now and try to reach Tibet tomorrow morning. After listening to Zagru's words, Chiyu knew that this matter was not simple. Otherwise, Zagru would not have spoken so mysteriously. The privacy of things like mobile phones was actually not strong, especially with Chiyu's current identity. His mobile phone was likely to be monitored by the state, so Zagru had asked him to go to Tibet in person. Chiyu did not delay too much. After hanging up the phone, he directly used Kirin's invisibility skill to restrain his aura. Because the previous battle had consumed a lot of energy in his body, he did not fly by himself. Of course, it was impossible for him to take a plane. How could taking a plane be faster and more convenient than sitting on Little Peng? That was a real private plane. With the remaining energy, he expanded the effect of Kirin's invisibility to the size of Little Peng's body. Under its load, he quickly headed in the direction of Tibet. Chiyu was not worried that he would get lost. Although he did not know the exact location of Tibet, it was not a problem to find the general direction. As long as he got within a certain range of Master Zelu, he could directly find the Master based on the aura between the two of them. As Chiyu flew towards Tibet, he did not forget Snow Girl. Sitting on Little Peng's back, he dialed the number of the Dragon Field courtyard. Snow Girl, it's me. Ah, Chiyu, where are you? Snow Girl asked anxiously on the other side of the phone. Chi smiled and said, "What's wrong? We haven't seen each other for a while and you already miss me?" Snow Girl said unhappily, "Well, now is not the time to joke. Come back quickly. Uncle and Auntie are waiting for you." Sitting on little Peng's back, Chi could not help but be stunned when he heard Snow Girl's words. Uncle and Auntie? Could it be them? After a moment of silence, Chi asked, "Have the results of their tests come out?" Snow Girl said, "They came out yesterday, but because you were cultivating yesterday, Uncle and Auntie did not disturb you." "That's why Uncle and Auntie didn't disturb you. Who knew you would leave the monastery as soon as you finished cultivating? Where are you now? When can you come back?" Although Snow Girl did not say it clearly, however, from her words, Chi already knew that Chi Tianlei and Ing Xiaodai had obviously recognized his identity through science. He was silent. At this time, even Chi did not understand his own feelings. Being recognized by his parents should have been an extremely happy thing, but he did not know why. He just could not be happy. Perhaps it was because there were too many twists and turns before they truly recognized each other. "Chi, are you listening?" Snow Girl clearly felt that something was wrong with Chi breath. Chi nodded. He said, "I'm listening." "Snow Girl, I can't go back yet. Let them go back first. I have an urgent matter to attend to in Tibet. I didn't know when I would come back. Tell them not to worry. When I return, I will naturally look for them." Hearing Chi words, Snow Girl couldn't help but have a strange feeling in her heart. Was he trying to escape? No. Chi was not a person who was used to running away. Even though the incident with Wen Ting was a huge blow to him, he could still pull himself together. With the development of the Zodiac guardian god's power as the source, he found his goal again. What could it be? Could there be some big trouble in Tibet? "Chi, what are you going to Tibet for?" Chi said with a wry smile, "It's nothing big. It's just that Master asked me to go over and said that he has something to discuss with me. You also know Master's position among the Zodiac guardian god warriors. I must agree to his request. You deal with the affairs of Kirin Group at home. I will come back as soon as possible." Snow Girl tentatively asked, "Why don't you use the phone to talk to Uncle and Auntie? They have been waiting for you all night." Hearing Snow Girl's words, Chi heart seemed to skip a beat, but he still refused. "Forget it. Everything will wait for me to come back. Help me tell them to pay more attention to their health. Bring some of the fruits produced by our company back for them. I think it should be helpful for their health. After all, they have worked hard for their careers all their lives. I'm hanging up. I might put the phone in the Kirin Pearl, so don't call me again." After saying that, Chi hung up. It was not that he was heartless. He was afraid that once he spoke to Chi Tianlei and his wife, he would immediately rush back to the Dragon Field courtyard. Although they had already recognized his identity, they still needed a certain amount of time to carefully test how to deal with the problems between them. Chi did not want to see Chi Tianlei and his wife do anything that he could not accept because of a moment of impulse. At the same time, he also needed to calm down. At least, before he really recognized his parents, Chi hoped that all the negative emotions in his heart could disappear. "He doesn't want to talk to us." Ing Xiaodai looked at Snow Girl with tears in her eyes. Looking at her full of sadness, Snow Girl could not help but sigh softly and comforted her. "Auntie, don't be like this. Chi is not a person who likes to hold a grudge. What's more, you are his family. He already understands what I mean, but he has something urgent to do now. He has to go to Tibet, so it's impossible for him to come back. I think he may also need to calm down. When he comes back from Tibet, everything will be fine." Ing Xiaodai turned around and threw herself into her husband's arms. She choked and said, "It's all our fault. We hurt the child's heart. He has suffered so much, but we still treat him like that. Tianlei, what should we do now?" Feeling his wife's sorrow, Chi Tianlei calmed down and said, "Xiaodai, Chiyu is a sensible child. Lady Xuannu is right. He needs time to calm himself down and not bear a grudge against us. So many years have passed. You also know everything he has encountered in the past. Now, let's wait quietly for our son to return to us. We will definitely make up for everything he has lost with all our heart. Ing Shao Dai said sadly, but will he really give us a chance to make it up to him? Qi Tianlei seemed to have made up his mind. If you are really worried, why don't we go straight to Tibet to find him? Ing Shao Dai was stunned for a moment, but she still shook her head. This strong woman was still very rational after waking up from the sadness of family. Forget it, you're right. Let him calm down. Maybe he went to Tibet to avoid us. Why should we force him to be so anxious? Snow Girl, I'll call you Shue. I'll have to trouble you to inform us when Chi Yu comes back, okay? Who were Qi Tianlei and Ing Shao Dai? How could they not see the relationship between Snow Girl and Qi Yu? In their hearts, they had already regarded Snow Girl as their daughter-in-law. Without their son, they had become even closer to her. It was as if they wanted to release all their feelings for Qi Yu on Snow Girl. From Qi Tianlei and his wife, Snow Girl seemed to feel the scene of her whole family living happily on the snowy mountain. How wonderful that was! Unfortunately, everything was gone now. However, wasn't Qi Yu's family also her family? Uncle, Auntie, don't worry. As soon as Qi Yu comes back, I will definitely inform you immediately. No matter what happens to Qi Yu, I will let you see him before we leave. Qi Tianlei was stunned and said, Leave? Where are you going? Abroad? Snow Girl shook her head and said, Uncle, you should already know that Qi Yu is not an ordinary person. He has a lot of things to do, a lot of things that ordinary people can't imagine. So, after he comes back from Tibet, as long as our group's business is on track, we have to leave again. But you don't have to worry too much. After we leave this time, we will be back in the middle of January at the latest, just in time for the Lunar New Year of the Yanhuang Republic. Qi Tianlei sighed and said, Contributing to the country is the responsibility of our generation of men. However, I'm afraid that what Qi Yu is doing is a little too dangerous. When he comes back, it seems that I have to talk to him. Snow Girl smiled and said, Uncle, you may not fully understand, but what Qi Yu does is not only under the orders of the country, but also because he has to do it. There was a movie that said that the more powerful a person is, the greater his responsibility. Qi Yu is like this. He has strength far beyond ordinary people, so he has to do many things that ordinary people can't do. This is not an order, but a mission. It is something that he has to do. Uncle, Andy, you are also tired. Go back and rest early. Qi Yu said that you must pay attention to your health. Qi Yu asked me to bring these fruits back for you to taste. Although the price of our company's products is a little higher, they are indeed original fruits, which are extremely beneficial to the human body. As long as Uncle and Annie need them, I will send some to you every week in the future. As she spoke, Snow Girl picked up a VIP gift box produced by Kirin Group and handed it to the bodyguard behind Qi Tianlei. Qi Tianlei and his wife didn't have time to pay attention to the fruits now. Their minds were completely focused on Qi Yu, who was far away. However, Snow Girl's action was also equivalent to a reminder to them. On one hand, it proved that Qi Yu didn't bear a grudge against them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent them fruits. On the other hand, it also reminded them that the company established by their son had just started operating. Since their son was not here, then they would help him in this aspect. At least when their son came back and found out that the company's performance was good, his mood would always be better. Qi Tianlei and Ing Shao Dai said goodbye to Snow Girl. They got into their luxury car and left Dragon Field Courtyard. Tianlei, I want to help you, Kirin Group. Ing Shao Dai couldn't wait to put forward her idea as soon as she closed the car door. Looking at his wife's anxious look, Qi Tianlei couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Ing Shao Dai rebuked. Qi Tianlei said, Shao Dai, you are indeed my good wife. This time, we have a tacit understanding again. Ing Shao Dai finally understood. So you also thought of it. Qi Tianlei's invisible majesty would only completely disappear in front of his wife. He laughed and said, "If I can't even think of this, I don't deserve to be the chairman of the Golden Valley Group's board of directors. This time, we not only want to help Chiyu, at the same time we can't let him know. Only in this way can we be considered to be doing the right thing." Ying Xiaodai was stunned, but she quickly understood. She smiled and said, "At least you have some brains." The smart couple thought at the same time. From the few times they met, Chiyu was obviously a person with strong self-esteem. If they helped Kirin Group in all aspects, it might have the opposite effect. After all, anyone who started a business wanted to see their own success step by step instead of relying on the strength of others. Only in this way could something truly belong to them. Qi Tianlei took out his satellite phone and dialed a number. He said calmly, "Immediately investigate the products that Kirin Group has just released, including all product analysis and product value estimates. I want to see the report on my desk before noon tomorrow. The more detailed, the better." As the leader of a large company, Qi Tianlei was very serious. Even if he wanted to help his own son secretly, he had to first find out the value of the products launched by Kirin Group this time. Only in this way could he better decide on a helping strategy. Qi Tianlei and Ying Xiaodai quietly got busy for Chiyu in the capital. Meanwhile, Chiyu was sitting on the back of the golden-winged eagle, Little Peng, and was getting closer and closer to Tibet. Little Peng's full speed made even Chiyu sigh at his inferiority. It could be seen how fast it was. At least, ordinary civil aircraft were absolutely unable to compare with Little Peng. Probably only those high-tech fighter jets could compare with it. Chiyu restrained his mind and released his spiritual force to feel the aura of Master Zagru that could appear at any time. At the same time, he also used his spiritual force to perceive the energy in the air and used Kirin's ascending cloud technique to restore his thundercloud force. Through this battle with Lanier and Lucifer, Chiyu had a deeper understanding of his own energy. He found that although the source of nature was a kind of neutral and peaceful energy and could also control plants to a certain extent, it was still a special form of energy. Moreover, it was also one of the easiest energies in the world to absorb and transform. And this kind of energy itself was not ideal for direct application. Energy, like the source of nature, must be combined with other energies in order to exert its greatest effect. For example, this time, after Chiyu's water, thundercloud force was upgraded to the 8-cloud realm. He thought of combining it with the source of nature. The final result was a great surprise to him. The speed of his own healing had increased by at least 3 times. Moreover, it was the kind of treatment that ignored all injuries. Not only internal injuries, but even external injuries could also play a huge role. What did this prove? It proved that the water thundercloud force had undergone a qualitative change under the support of the source of nature. During the flight, Chiyu restored his thundercloud force while testing the effect of the fusion of the source of nature and his other kinds of thundercloud force. As a result, he was surprised to find that when a single kind of thundercloud force was fused with the source of nature, it was like a flame meeting oxygen, and the instantaneous effect was extremely amazing. However, there was also a limit. That was, when the source of nature increased, it could only increase one kind of energy. Once the energy appeared in a mixed form, although it would also have a supplementary effect. But the huge effect would disappear naturally. This was why Chiyu hadn't noticed it before. After returning to Dragonfield Courtyard from London, Zagru had a heart-to-heart talk with him, which reignited Chiyu's determination to pay attention to the application of his various thundercloud force. Before this, when Chiyu attacked, most of the time he would choose to fuse several of his thundercloud force or use Kirin's origin energy and thundercloud force together. So he didn't discover the mystery of the natural source energy. At this moment, Chiyu couldn't help but be overjoyed. When a single thundercloud force was enhanced by the origin of nature, its effect would be magnified several times. In this case, the effect of a single thundercloud force would not be inferior to Kirin's origin energy, even when compared to Kirin's arm. It wouldn't be inferior by much. Moreover, by using thundercloud force in this way, under the stimulation of the origin of nature, he would have twice the result with half the effort when he cultivated. He could completely achieve the goal of improving thundercloud force in a shorter time. Since that's the case, why not? As the mystery of the origin of nature was comprehended by Chiyu, in his mind, a variety of ways to use the origin of nature to supplement his own energy began to appear. From these methods, Chiyu also got more and more inspiration. It was because of the enlightenment during this period of flight. It allowed him to truly enter the realm close to the God level, allowing him to really get close to the mystery of the 4 auspicious clouds in Kirin. Little Peng's flying speed was really terrifying. When Chiyu arrived in Tibet, the sky was still dark. With the guidance of his mental power, Chiyu quickly found the location of the Holy Buddha Temple. However, he also clearly found that there was a huge Buddhist power guarding the temple. There was a powerful Buddhist power protecting it, preventing his mental power from penetrating it. But with Master Zagru's aura, it was enough for him. After keeping little Peng in his Kirin bead, Chiyu floated down and slowly landed in front of the gate of the Holy Buddha Temple. Perhaps because of Master Zagru, or because the Saraira bead had saved him several times. Although Chi was a person without faith, he still respected Buddhism very much. Therefore, he didn't fly directly into the temple, but landed outside the gate. He didn't knock because there was no need. Chi stood in the darkness and released his Kirin's aura. He could feel Master Zagru's aura, and naturally Zagru could also feel his aura. Therefore, what Chi needed to do now was to wait quietly. As expected, not long after, the gate opened and Zagru, who was dressed in white monk robes, walked out. When he saw Chiyu, he couldn't help but smile. "I thought I was wrong just now, but it turns out that you're really here. It seems that the speed at which your strength has increased has far exceeded my expectations. The miracles that happen to you can always make a monk like me, who should have been peaceful, have emotional fluctuations." Chi smiled and said, "Master, although you're a monk, you're also a person of flesh and blood. No one can remain calm forever." Zagru put his palms together. "Amitabha." Chiyu's words are also filled with Buddhist wisdom. "You're worth teaching. Come." As he spoke, he turned and walked into the Saint Buddha temple. Seeing Zagru, who was about the same age as him, walk in, Chiyu couldn't help but smile. Zagru was young, but he could always make Chiyu feel a sense of respect. The Buddhist energy on his body was completely restrained, but he emitted an invisible aura of peace, as if he could become one with heaven and earth. Zagru was the first person that Chiyu respected. Until now, this respect hadn't decreased in the slightest. The path to the Saint Buddha temple was still as steep as before. This was the second time that Chiyu had come here. Thinking back to the time when he took refuge in Tibet after beating up Yen Xiaoi, Chiyu couldn't help but smile even more. It really was heaven's will. It allowed him to meet Zagru, and it was also because he came to this Saint Buddha temple that he possessed such great power. Feeling the peaceful aura in the temple, Chiyu couldn't help but sincerely thank heaven for his kindness. He really didn't dare to imagine what he would choose if he returned to his previous self. Even if all of this would make his life only a tenth of what it used to be, Chiyu wouldn't have the slightest bit of regret. As long as he could blossom brilliantly in his life, it was enough for him. After all, after inheriting Kirin's bloodline, he had seen too many unbelievable things, which made his life full of color again. Zagru brought Chiyu to a place that he was very familiar with. It was the hall where he raised his level in the past. The heavy door had no effect on Chiyu, and the candlelight in the hall made him feel as if he had entered ancient times. After closing the door, Chiyu followed Zagru to the prayer mat in the center of the hall and sat down. "Grandmaster, why are you in such a hurry to find me? What happened?" Zagru looked at Chiyu with a trace of deep worry in his eyes. Chiyu, because I saw the future. Chiyu was taken aback. Grandmaster, so you have such a powerful ability. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Zagru shook his head. This isn't my ability, but a premonition, a very bad premonition. At this moment, Zagru didn't look like a young man in his 20s at all. Instead, he looked more like an enlightened monk. A faint Buddhist light surrounded his body. You didn't interrupt and listened to Zagru. After I returned from the capital, I meditated for 7 days and recalled everything that happened during my time in the secular world. My teacher was right. The Buddhist Dharma is boundless, but it needs to be cultivated in the secular world. Perhaps you didn't feel anything, but being with you for less than a year was extremely important to me. After I returned from the capital, I meditated for 7 days and made a huge breakthrough in my cultivation of the Buddhist Dharma. However, this only brought me worry. Through my Buddhist Dharma and the Buddha's instructions, I had a premonition that in the near future, our world would probably face a huge disaster. It was this sudden premonition that made me understand why there were so many powerful beings in our era. In the past, although the Pope of the Vatican was definitely a powerful existence, the Pope and the cardinals could only summon ordinary angels. However, they could now summon the archangel. In the Greek Empire, it was no longer an ordinary deity who descended. It was the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena, and her 12 constellation guardians, who had the strongest combat ability. In the east, you, the unprecedented ink Kirin of the 4 auspicious clouds, have appeared. Your powerful strength also proves that you will definitely face an extremely terrifying existence. Your arrival is completely in preparation for a rainy day, and the real disaster is about to descend. Not only will it be a disaster for humans, but it will also be a disaster for all living things in this world. Once the disaster comes, if we can't effectively stop it, I'm afraid. Chapter 250. Zagru nodded and said, although I can't guess what the real disaster is, the final outcome is very likely to be the destruction of the earth. This requires the experts who guard the east and the west to rely on your strength to turn the tide. It's not because you are the saviors of this era, but for your own survival in this world, for your family and friends. You have to do this. Chiyu thought for a while and said, Master, not long ago I met people from hell. Zagru was shocked and said, Hell? What happened? Then, Chiyu told him how he met Langere, everything that happened in the Dark Parliament, and the battle with Langere and Lucifer tonight in detail. Master, is the crisis that you predicted referring to hell? Once the great demonic god Satan leads his army of hell to the human world, it is indeed possible to destroy the human race. However, that doesn't seem to be the destruction of the earth. From what Langere said, it seems that they are from another plane. What they want to do is to conquer our world, not to destroy it. Moreover, although hell is powerful in the West, the Vatican and the God that they believe in have been their enemy for thousands of years. To be able to resist for such a long time, if the earth wants to descend to the human world, the Vatican and the guys above them will not sit by and watch. I think it is almost impossible for hell to rule the world. I don't know how strong other people are, but I am very clear about Yama's situation. She was able to fight me to a standstill even before she had fully inherited the goddess Athena's divine seat, nor had she obtained all of Athena's god equipment. Not only that, she was willing to use my life to achieve her goals in order to obtain even greater power. It was evident just how terrifying the amount of power she could obtain was. Even if hell comes, Yamu and her constellation guardians will definitely be able to display their great fighting power. At that time, it is hard to say who will be the winner. Zagru shook his head and said, Although what you said is right, you have not fully understood what I mean. The crisis I am referring to is not limited to the West. The hell you just mentioned is just a Western name for the dark world. It's not the hell full of death and souls that we imagine. Hell descended on the human world. Perhaps it was one of the dangers, but it was definitely not the only one. Only the guardians of the West would cause trouble. As for the final outcome, that's not something we can judge. Chi was startled. Grandmaster, you mean to say that there are existences like the Western Hell? Will it appear in the East as well? And that is our real threat. Zagru said you could say that, but it seemed that this was still not all. Even I couldn't guess what my premonition was. I can only feel that the danger is so great that it is definitely not something that a single person can resist. Not even Empyrean gods. Chi thought for a moment, then said, no matter what the danger is, we have to be careful. Before it appears, it is useless for us to make too many guesses. Ever since I returned from London, I've been thinking that regardless of what we'll face in the future, the most important thing for us now is to improve our overall strength. Only by becoming stronger will we be able to effectively resist any crisis that arises. After you left, I have already brought the youngsters of the 4 major clans to the ancient giant beast era and have achieved some results. I think that when they return to this world again, our East will become even stronger. Oh, by the way, I also have good news for you. The effect of training in the ancient giant beast era is better than I imagined. The strength of our Zodiac guardian god warriors has already broken through the 5 clouds realm and can now use the Zodiac guardian domain. However, because the domain requires too much energy to activate, and the energy of the domain itself is also too great, it is very difficult to control, and we still need a certain amount of time to train before we can fully display its power. After hearing Chi Yu's good news, not only was Zagru not happy, the worry on his face deepened. Sai, perhaps the improvement of your strength is more in line with my premonition. I can only tell you that even after you have improved your strength, it is still not enough. Do you know what is the strongest point of my premonition? Speaking of it, it is simply inconceivable. Chi was stunned and said, what on earth can make your Buddha nature be in danger of losing control? Zagru's aura was obviously not right. This was already noticed by Chi when they first met. Even with his Buddha nature at this moment, he could not dispel his worry, just like an ordinary person. Then, that premonition of his was too terrifying. Zagru smiled bitterly. In my premonition, the clearest thing is that when the greatest crisis comes, all the forces in the world will unite to fight against it. Not only the East and West protectors will unite, but also your enemies. In my premonition, it is the combination of darkness and light to fight against that huge crisis together. That's why I have such a judgment. Chi looked at Zagru, dumbfounded, and said, Master, do you mean that the Vatican may cooperate with the Dark Parliament, or even with the great demon king Satan? No, how is this possible? Even if a world war breaks out, and nuclear weapons are widely used, it is impossible for such a situation to occur. The leaders of the various countries have not become crazy. Zagru sighed and said, This is also what I do not understand, but it is still too early to say these things. What you said just now is right before the real crisis comes. All we can do is to constantly strengthen our strength to prepare for what is coming. Chi, do you know the real reason why I asked you to come here today? Chi thought for a while and said, Master, you should want to predict the possible enemies of the East protectors with me, right? There are demons in the West. So what will our East be? Speaking of this, the first thing that came to Chi mind was not Chi in the ancient behemoth period, but the old bull in his body. The old bull was indeed too powerful. Even Lucifer did not stand a chance against him, although there was the life and death domain who could guarantee that such a powerful old bull could not think of a solution. Zagru shook his head and said, No, I did not ask you to come here for this matter. There is no point in guessing. Any plan must be based on the changes. Making wild guesses before the changes appear will only mess up our plans. Chi looked at him in surprise and said, Then what is it for? I can't guess. Zagru looked deeply at Chi. Looking at his hesitant look, Chi laughed heartily and said, Master, we are all on the same side. We're all on the same side, so if you have something to say, just say it. Don't tell me you still don't believe in my ability to bear it? Even if the world is really going to be destroyed, it is not my problem alone. If the sky falls, there is still a tall person holding it up. There are many people who do not want the world to be destroyed. Tell me, why did you ask me to come here? Zagru looked at Chiyu, and the light in his eyes gradually became gentle. The light in his eyes gradually became gentle. Chiyu, answer a question of mine first. Chiyu nodded and said, speak. Zagru said, if, one day your family and friends are facing a huge crisis, and they may face the threat of death at any time. Your power cannot save them. At this time, only your enemy can save them. In this case, what will you choose? Chiyu looked at Zagru and could not help but frown, but he still said without hesitation, if that day really comes, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will do my best to beg my enemy to save my family and friends. Even if I know it is impossible, I will still do it. After all, that is the only chance. Hearing Chiyu say this, Zagru's eyes revealed a smile of admiration. Good. You are indeed the heir of Kirin's bloodline. If you can think like this, then I am relieved. This time, I asked you to come, is to resolve the hatred in your heart. Chiyu's heart moved, as if he had understood something, but he did not say anything, and only quietly looked at Zagru. Zagru said, when the real crisis comes, whether it is us or the West, facing it alone, the final result may be a tragedy. Maybe my premonition is wrong, but if my premonition is right, then the outcome will definitely be terrible, and we will not be able to bear it. Therefore, in order to be able to gather a greater power to deal with everything that may happen, we need to unite more power. I know that you put in a lot of effort to improve the young people of the 4 big families, in preparation to strengthen the Eastern Guardian in the future. However, you should also understand that in the East there are only 13 people with innate talent like you and our Zodiac Guardian warriors. Only you can achieve super strength through a short period of cultivation. Although the young people of the 4 big families are already considered superhuman among ordinary people, compared to you they are still too far away, and it is absolutely impossible for them to improve to your level. Because most of the power that you possess can be said to be given by the heavens because of your mission. Only you, the real powerhouses of the East. When the crisis becomes a global one, to better fight against it, we can't just rely on our own strength. Just now you said that when hell comes, there will be Athena and the Vatican to stop it. But have you thought about what if hell destroys them? No matter what the next target is, one day they will attack the East. No matter how bad Athena and the Vatican are, after all, they belong to our world and have only obtained some power. This is the same as you. They will not be able to invade the territory of the Yanhuang Republic. Once the great demonic god Satan destroys them and attacks the East, and the East faces the problem of the East, then faced with the simultaneous attack of both sides, will you be able to deal with it? Stop it. Chiyu suddenly growled, interrupting Zagru's words. He had already understood what Zagru meant. Master, other things can be discussed, but this matter cannot be discussed. You already know what happened to me in the West. Why don't you think about it? Even if I can agree to your suggestion, can my brothers? How can I explain this to my brothers, to Wenting, and to my own heart? Chiyu's emotions had already become abnormally agitated. He knew that after Zagru said so much, there was only one point, and that was he hoped that he could lead the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors to cooperate with the Guardians of the West, regardless of the past. This had already crossed the bottom line that Chiyu could accept, and that was why his reaction was so intense. Looking at Chiyu's red eyes, Zagru could not help but sigh. Chiyu, have you forgotten how you answered my question just now? You said that if only your enemy can save your family and friends, you will beg your enemy at all costs. Now, the Vatican and Yamu are your enemies, and when danger comes, they are likely to become an important force to save your family and friends. Can't you think it through? After all, Chiyu was mature. After his emotional outburst just now, he began to calm down and the red light in his eyes gradually disappeared. Master, you don't have to say any more. I completely understand what you mean. However, you should also know that I am a selfish person. Even if I am not selfish, do you think I can cooperate with people who have cheated on my feelings, wanted to take my life, and caused the death of my beloved wife? At least I can't do that. I am not a god, I am just a human. Even if I have the blood of Kirin, I am still a human. I don't have that kind of magnanimity. Towards the Holy See and Greece, I only had one understanding. From the moment I left London, they would only be my enemies. Of course, if you can persuade other brothers and sisters to agree to cooperate with them, I will not object. After all, this is only my own business. When that time comes, I will choose to withdraw from the list of the Zodiac guardian gods, and only rely on my own strength to do what I want to do, and what I must do. Chi Yu's words were resolute, and there was no room for negotiation. Looking at the resolute light in Chi Yu's eyes, Zagru could not affect his determination no matter how strong his Buddha's power was. Hatred is indeed the most terrifying emotion. Chi Yu, since you have already made up your mind, then I have nothing to say. Let's leave everything to fate. I hope that when the danger that I foresee comes, you can lead everyone out of it. Looking at Zagru's sorrowful eyes, Chi Yu could not help but soften his heart. He sighed and said, Master, I am sorry. I know that you are doing this for our own good. However, I, Chi Yu, am a man. I have my own dignity, and I also have Kirin's dignity. In this lifetime, we are destined to be enemies' opponents. There can no longer be any changes. Even if the world is destroyed, it will not change. Zagru looked at Chi Yu, nodded lightly, and said, All right, I understand. Since that is the case, I will not persuade you any further. Chi Yu, I know that you are not only a smart person, but also a person who is very emotional. As a friend, I only hope that when you encounter something, you can prioritize the safety of your family and friends. You must not let your emotions affect your decisions and cause irreversible consequences. Chi Yu nodded lightly and said, Thank you, I understand. Master, if that day really comes, I will naturally make my own choice. However, I have a question that I have always wanted to ask you. Since I am here today, I might as well ask. Zagru said, Go ahead. Chi Yu said, Master, what I don't understand is why there are so-called gods and demons in the West, and they are gradually appearing. For example, the goddess Athena that Yamu inherited, the Pope of the Vatican and the cardinals summoned the archangel, the dark parliament summoned the terrifying demon king, and even the great demon god Satan and the fallen angel Lucifer. And we are in the East. Why do we not have such existences? According to the myths and legends, we in the East also have our own gods and Buddhas. Why can't these gods and Buddhas save the world when the crisis comes? Looking at Chi Yu's puzzled gaze, Zagru could not help but be stunned for a moment. He smiled bitterly and said, It is really difficult for me to answer your question. Chi Yu said, Then do we have real gods and Buddhas in China? Zagru gave a wry smile and said, If everything is just a legend, then why can you get the power of the samsara fruit? Why can you become the origin of nature? Why can you get the ancient artifact Xianyuan sword? Is all of this something that can be explained by human strength? Chi Yu asked, So you're saying that gods and Buddhas exist? But when the gods and Buddhas see the suffering of the world, where are they? Why don't they appear and help us solve all the problems? Zagru nodded gently. He said, Since you have already asked these questions, then let me explain it to you. Even if it will reveal the secrets of heaven, I don't care. After all, you are the head of the Guardians of the East, and there are some things that you should know. Chi Yu, let me ask you, in your knowledge, who is the most powerful god and Buddha in our Eastern mythology? Chi Yu thought for a while. He said, I don't know much about mythology, but from the description of the TV and novels I have watched before, it seems to be the Jade Emperor and the Buddha. The Jade Emperor is the emperor of the gods. As for the Tathagata Buddha, he is the greatest Buddha of your Buddhist school. They should be the top existences in the mythology. Zagru smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, "No, you are wrong. But you know almost the same as ordinary people. But this is not the real source of our Yanhuang Republic's mythology, and not the real God King of the Yanhuang Republic." Qi Yu looked at him in surprise and said, "Then who should the real God be? Can you tell me now?" Zagru said, "Everything you know is really just a legend. As the heaven's guide of this generation, when my cultivation ended, I really absorbed the Buddhist power left by all the senior monks and opened the eye of heaven's guide, which allowed me to see a lot of things. You are right. Our Yanhuang Republic also has many gods of our own. Be it the Jade Emperor or the Tathagata Buddha, they all existed. But they are not the most powerful gods, or rather, they are just the servants of the gods. For the sake of their own reputation, they find ways to leave their good names in the world. And most of these gods in the world are just the last gods. Even your current strength surpasses most of them." Ah! Qi Yu looked at Zagru, dumbfounded. He did not expect that Zagru would give him such an answer. For a moment, he did not know what to say. The light in his eyes became a little blank. "Master, I don't quite understand what you mean." "Amitabha," Zagru said indifferently. "For example, the Buddhists pay attention to compassion, and at the same time they also promote the Dharma that is good and beneficial to mankind. But the birth of the Buddhists is much later than the gods. In other words, after the gods, the Buddhists gradually appeared. The Buddhists themselves are a special branch of the gods, but they are not interfered with by the gods. Even though I am a Buddhist, I have to admit all this." The more Qi Yu listened, the more surprised he became, and the light in his eyes flickered. Since Zagru, a senior monk of Buddhism, said so, all of this was very credible. But all this was far from what he had always understood. "Master, what kind of existence are the real gods, the really powerful gods?" Zagru said, "In a sense, the gods of the East are the real gods of this world, and they are also the gods who created this world. Those gods of the West, in fact, gradually appeared after the appearance of the Eastern gods. A long, long time ago, at the beginning of chaos, our Earth and even the solar system were only in a state of free energy. And in the billions of years of evolution, two huge masses of energy appeared in the solar system. These two masses of energy, after millions of years of condensation, began to develop intelligence. As for them, there are ancient gods, the true gods. These two incomparably huge masses of energy have opposite attributes, and they also oppose each other. This is the main reason why they have always been in a state of hostility. Their attributes, one is fire and the other is water. When their energy reached a state of saturation, the fire and water energies finally collided violently. Resulting in an intense explosion and energy mutation. That's how our world came to be. Then the solar system appeared, and then 9 planets revolving around the solar system appeared. Although these two masses of energy are nothing compared to the whole universe, if not for their collision, there would not be what we have now." Qi Yu asked impatiently, "So who are they?" Zagru said, "In the history of the Yanhuang Republic, who are the gods named after fire and water respectively?" Qi Yu was stunned. He thought for a while and said, "Are you talking about the water god Gong and the fire god Jerome?" Zagru smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's them. They are the real gods, the super gods who created our world." Qi Yu looked at Zagru, dumbfounded. He did not expect that the human world and even the entire solar system were the creators. It turned out to be these two legendary gods. In the legend of the Yanhuang Republic, because the fire god Jerome and the water god fought together, they broke the sky, causing great changes in the world. In the end, goddess Nvaiwa sacrificed her life to mend the broken sky, creating the current human world. She created the current human world, and goddess Niwa was the legendary ancestor of the human race. But now, everything that Zagru said was obviously not the case. Everything was completely different from what he had imagined. Zagru's explanation of the myths and legends aroused a strong interest in Chi-Yu. Zagru continued, after the collision of the water god Gonggong and the fire god Zhurong, because of the huge amount of energy, they created this world. Because of the energy mutation, their intelligence suddenly went from elementary to advanced. However, their energy had also been greatly affected by the collision between them and had been greatly weakened. Although they had intelligence, they did not have enough energy, so they could only be confined to the entire solar system, unable to leave. Because of the attributes of the book, the water god Gonggong and the fire god Zhurong began to have conflicts. While they recovered their divine power, they continued to fight in this solar system. Millions upon millions of years passed in this manner. The universe is a wonderful world. In the process of their continuous battle, the third planet of the 9 planets of the solar system began to show signs of life, and this planet is our Earth. With the continuous evolution, low-level creatures began to appear on Earth. After countless years of development, the low-level creatures turned into plants. After repeated transformations, the ancestors of the human race finally appeared. At this time, the battle between the water god Gonggong and the fire god Zhurong had also continued to a certain extent. After the continuous fighting between the two of them, they realized that there was not much difference in their strength. No matter how they continued to fight, there would not be a result. Moreover, because of the huge consumption caused by the battle, they could not recover to their original peak state. Therefore, they chose to stop fighting at the same time. At this time, both Gonggong and Zhurong had discovered the life on Earth. Therefore, they thought of many things. Since life could appear on Earth as a huge energy body, they could naturally create life in the form of energy. As long as they could have such an army, they would naturally be able to destroy the other party. Perhaps because Gonggong and Zhurong appeared in this world at the same time, they actually had the same idea. They acted at the same time and started the process of creating gods. Creating gods? Are the legendary gods of the Yanhuang Republic created by them? Chi-Yu asked curiously. Zagru nodded and said, "You can say that, but you can also say that they are not." The water god Gonggong and the fire god Zhurong first created an energy life with intelligence. During the process of creation, they realized that it was very easy to create an energy life. It was easy to create an energy body with life, but it was extremely difficult to give it intelligence. Therefore, in the process of continuous creation, after countless failures, they only managed to create one each. Their failed creations were directly abandoned and thrown into the solar system, becoming a byproduct. However, how could they have known that it was the byproducts of their creation that, after continuous mutation and evolution, eventually possessed their own intelligence, which was the so-called gods of the West? Some of them were strong, while others were weak. However, compared to Gonggong and Zhurong, they were simply incomparable. There were many weaker gods. When the 2 intelligent life forms created by Gonggong and Zhurong were completed, the battle between the 2 gods started again. This time they brought their own helpers. However, what made them not know whether to laugh or cry was that the result was still the same as before. Neither of them could do anything to the other. The energy bodies they created were still as powerful as before. Neither of them could destroy the other. This evolved into a situation where both sides suffered losses. The 2 gods they created were the first 2 gods that human beings knew. The one created by the fire god Zhurong was Nuwa, who was known as the mother of mankind. The one created by the water god Gonggong was Pangu. During the battle between the 2 gods, Pangu once displayed his great power and left a vision in the human world. In the end, it was misunderstood by human beings as Pangu splitting the sky and the earth. Therefore, the legend of Pangu splitting the sky and splitting the chaos came into being. As for the legend of Nuwa, it might be because she was too beautiful. Moreover, Nuwa's weapon was the Nuwa stone that she made herself. Coupled with people's association, the legend of Nuwa mending the sky came into being. Gonggong, the water god, and Zhurong, the fire god, had only appeared in the human world for a short period of time. Therefore, not many people remember them. Therefore, in the legends of human beings, they are not as famous as Goddess Nvaiwa and Pangu. Chi-Yu understood and said, I see. Then what happened after the battle? There must be a winner in the end. Chapter 251. Chi-Yu looked at Zagru in shock. Cleanse? Could it be that the two great gods actually killed the gods of the East? It's no wonder so many problems have appeared in the world. Western god-fiends have appeared, but our side is so calm. Zagru sighed and said, that's right. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the two great gods absorbed the energy of the gods back into their own bodies and erased their wisdom. But in order to prevent the East from being affected and not be suppressed by the West, they left behind a branch god, which is the Buddha that I believe in. The two deities repeatedly told Buddha that no matter when, he must never get involved in the affairs of Earth. Otherwise, the seal left in his body would explode. At the same time, in order to prevent the imbalance between the East and the West, the two great gods gave Buddha a certain amount of divine power, allowing him to guide the rapid development of humans in the East. It is precisely because of this that our Yanhuang Republic has existed for 5,000 years. In ancient times, our development was far ahead of the Western world. Chi-Yu frowned. If that's the case, how do we solve the problem of God? After all, we don't have gods. Those gods in the West can eventually transfer a part of their power to Earth. Once they want to do something to the East, how can we deal with it? Zagru smiled faintly and said, the two great gods possess great wisdom. How could they overlook this? Although there were no true gods in the East, there were ancient beasts in the East that the West did not have. These were left behind by the two great gods. At the same time, because of the primordial beasts, the two great gods condensed their great power and created 10 divine weapons to intimidate the East and maintain the balance between the primordial beasts. With the overall strength of the ancient beasts and the 10 divine artifacts, the humans of the East could rely on these advantages to fight against the West. Therefore, even though we don't have any gods in the East, it's still very difficult for the West to defeat us and obtain anything. Chi-Yu let out a long sigh. So there are actually so many reasons. But Great Master, if that's the case, then the experts from the East shouldn't be weaker than those from the West. But why does the West have so many experts, while our East has nothing? Zagru shook his head and said, no, you are wrong. The East is not completely without anything. It is just that your strength is far from enough. Furthermore, regardless of whether it was the East or the West, they had their own systems. For example, the West had light, while the East had darkness. They would always fight against each other. On the other hand, in the East there are divine beasts and ferocious beasts, and divine beasts and ferocious beasts can be used by people. They are also opposing each other. Humans in the West can activate the power of the gods and demons, but we humans in the East can also use the power of the 10 great divine weapons to resist the invasion of all threats. It's just that your strength hasn't reached that level yet. Otherwise, with your strength as the king of the Zodiac, you would definitely be able to contend against the gods and demons of the West. You just said that the fallen angel Lucifer couldn't fight back at all under the Bull Demon King's attack. This proves that the Bull Demon King's power has reached the level of a god. If you can become a powerful being of his, you will also become a god. Chi-Yu nodded and said, so that's how it is. In that case, the most important things in the East are the 10 great divine weapons. No wonder Lung'er's so-called infernal weapon was no match for the Shenyuan sword. And this is under the condition that Xuanyuan's soul is no longer there. Zagru stood up and said, come with me. This time I called you to Tibet because there are some things I want you to see. A crisis is coming. As an outsider, I can only use it to help you. As he spoke, Zagru walked towards the back of the hall. Chi-Yu followed Zagru around the Buddha statue inside the hall. He was surprised to find that behind the Buddha statue, there was actually a lot of space. Chi-Yu followed Zaglu around the Buddha statue in the inner part of the hall. To his surprise, there was still quite a space behind the Buddha statue. Furthermore, a special Buddha statue was also enshrined in the innermost area. It was only 1 meter tall and seemed to be a monk, but there was an invisible energy aura around it. It was only 1 meter tall and looked like a monk, but there was an invisible energy aura around it. That was definitely the purest Buddhist energy. Chi Yu was sure of this. Zagru walked in front of the Buddha statue and put his palms together in front of his chest. Amitabha, Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa. A faint Buddhist aura gradually shone, and a spot of white light gathered in front of Zagru. A huge amount of Buddhist energy filled the entire hall. Chi Yu naturally recognized that it was Zagru's living Sarira. The Buddhist aura shone brightly. The Buddhist statue in front of him looked even more solemn. A circle of faint white light also emitted from the Buddha statue. Chi Yu felt his body tense up, as if he was bound by something. However, his body became very comfortable. In the next moment, everything in front of him changed. When Chi Yu's 6 senses recovered from their momentary daze, he was surprised to find that he was in another place. It was no longer darkness in the hall. Everything around him was lit up. At the same time, the scenery in front of him became unusually beautiful. It was a grassland. A faint light flickered, and every time it flashed, the scenery in front of him seemed to change. From afar, Chi Yu found that the road in front of him seemed to be blocked by a huge mountain, and the huge mountain in front of him was actually plain. Zagru appeared beside Chi Yu out of nowhere. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Come, let's go up and take a look." Although they were in this strange world, it did not affect their ability to fly. They rose into the air, and in the blink of an eye, they were already in midair. In midair, Chi Yu found that there was not 1 mountain below him, but 5. The 5 huge mountains formed a special shape. Among them, the mountain in the east was the green mountain they had seen earlier, the mountain in the west was golden, the mountain in the north was blue, the mountain in the south was red, and the mountain in the middle was earthy yellow. Zagru said, "These 5 mountains represent the 5 Emperor of Heaven." Back then, when the 2 great gods Gong Gong and Zhu Rong were purging the gods of the West, they subdued the 5 Emperor of Heaven under the Jade Emperor. They combined their powers and created one of the 10 great divine weapons. The 5 Emperor of Heaven represent the East, first, second, and would respectively, which is the green mountain you saw earlier. There is also the West Gingshin metal, the North Rungue water, the South Bingding fire, and the Central Wuji earth. Based on their attributes, you should be able to determine the 5 mountains below. Chi Yu's eyes lit up. Thinking of the 10 great divine weapons and Zagru's words, he immediately realized what the divine weapon Zagru was talking about was. A divine weapon that can summon the 5 Emperor of Heaven should be the Kong Tong seal, which is ranked 8th among the 10 great divine weapons, right? Zagru smiled and said, "Yes, it is the Kong Tong seal." The Kong Tong seal was actually formed by the energy of the 5 Emperor of Heaven, so it has the appearance of the 5 Emperor of Heaven. At the same time, there is a jade dragon coiling around it. It can be used to summon the immortal divine dragon to protect it. It is one of the most powerful treasures among the 10 great divine weapons. One of its main functions is to protect the immortal divine dragon, and the other is to change the 5 elemental attributes of the 5 Emperor of Heaven's energy. When you use it, as long as you have enough energy, you can summon the 5 Emperor of Heaven's energy, and an undying domain will appear. In a sense, this domain is an absolute domain. Of course, the appearance of an absolute domain will inevitably lead to certain problems. That is, the energy consumption of this domain is incomparably huge. However, once the undying domain is launched, whoever the user wants to protect, as long as they are within the range of the undying domain, then they will absolutely not die. They can be completely immune to any form of attack. This is absolute immortality. Chi Yu's eyes lit up, and he said, "Great Master, so the place you brought me to is the special plane where the Kong Tong seal is sealed? Can I get the Kong Tong seal with a trace of you?" Zagru said That's right, that's what I mean. Today, I asked you to come to Tibet to find me. One reason is to persuade you to cooperate with the Western Guardians as much as possible. And the other is that the time is ripe. After I opened the eye of heaven's attraction, I finally found this place, and also found the way to get the Kongtong seal. In order for you to better face the enemies that might appear in the future, I hope that you can obtain this divine weapon. Don't underestimate the Kongtong seal. Although it is ranked 8th among the 10 great divine weapons, its true power is extremely great. In other words, each of the 10 great divine weapons has its own absolute uniqueness. For example, the sharpness and overbearingness of the Xianyuan sword and the Pango axe. The Eastern Emperor Bell can communicate with heaven and earth, and the Kunlun mirrors can travel through time. These abilities cannot be imitated by other divine weapons, other than the Xianyuan sword and the Pango axe, which are somewhat similar in a sense. The other divine weapons are different in all aspects. Among the 10 great divine weapons, any one of them is definitely a unique super treasure. Of course, Chi would not underestimate the Kongtong seal. No matter what its ranking was, it was still one of the 10 great divine weapons. With the Xianyuan sword, his strength had already increased by several times. If he also had the undying domain of the Kongtong seal, then his strength would definitely become even more powerful. At that time, he would no longer have to be afraid of the gods and devils of the West. Great Master, how can I get the Kongtong seal? Chi Yu asked eagerly and excitedly. Looking at Chi Yu's impatient appearance, Zagru couldn't help but laugh. You're always so impatient. Don't worry, apart from you, no one else in this world can get the Kongtong seal. For others, it's absolutely impossible to obtain it, even if they know how to obtain it. However, for you it's an extremely easy task. Chi Yu was stunned and said, Easy? How can it be easy? He was very clear about the power of the 10 great divine weapons. In order to get the Xianyuan sword and the Kunlun mirrors, he had gone through countless trials and tribulations. He had even narrowly escaped death. In the end, he only succeeded with the help of luck. Now that Zagru said that it would be very easy for him to get the Kongtong seal, how could Chi Yu believe him? Zagru smiled and said, Wait until I explain the reason, then you will naturally understand. Do you still remember the story about the gods that I told you just now? Actually, I didn't really see them from the sky. This story is actually imprinted in the Kongtong 5 Elements mountain. Because I'm a heavenly guide, I received the blessings of Buddha. Therefore, although I can't get the Kongtong seal from here, I won't be attacked by the restrictions that seal the Kongtong seal. This allowed me to peep into the secrets of the gods and Buddhas in the 5 Elements divine mountain. Speaking of which, when I saw this, I almost lost my Buddhist heart. Looking at Zagru's frightened expression, Chi Yu couldn't help but laugh. Great Master, quickly tell me, how can I get the Kongtong seal? Zagru said, back then when the 2 great gods Gongong and Zhurong created the 10 great divine weapons, they originally didn't want to leave all of them in the East. They only wanted to leave 1 or 2. However, later on, they discovered that there was an imbalance between the divine weapons. In order to not have any competitive spirit, they decided to leave all of the 10 great divine weapons in the East. However, there were also restrictions in their seals. That is, the 10 great divine weapons absolutely cannot appear at the same time, no matter when, at most, 5 of the 10 great divine weapons can appear in this world. When the 10 great divine weapons were created, why was it said that there was an imbalance? That's because among the 10 great divine weapons, Zhurong created 6, while Gongong only created 4. If he didn't leave all of the 10 great divine weapons in the human world, in terms of overall strength, Zhurong would surpass Gongong. Chi Yu, what does this have to do with me getting the Kongtong seal? Zagru smiled and said, Of course it has to do with the Kongtong seal, because the divine weapons are also divided into camps, and they belong to different camps. It's absolutely impossible for one person to get 2. Among the 10 great divine weapons, The divine weapons that can only be obtained by humans were all created by Jerome. And the divine weapons that don't have any restrictions were created by Gong Gong. Qi said, so you're saying that my Xianyuan sword was created by the great god Jerome, and Chiyo's Pango axe was created by the great god Gong Gong. Hearing Qi Yu's words, Zagru couldn't help but change his expression. What did you say? What Chiyo's Pango axe? Qi Yu said, after we arrived at the ancient giant beast age. After a period of training, I was prepared to bring everyone to fight against the Zhuli tribe to increase their combat experience. However, I didn't expect to meet Qi Yu in the battle against the Zhuli tribe. Qi Yu didn't die at that time. After he recovered from his injuries, he actually spent a long time looking for a Pango axe that could fight against the Xianyuan sword. In the end, he actually succeeded. I learned a lot from the battle with Qi Yu. However, his Pango axe is indeed powerful. In terms of quality, it's not inferior to the Xianyuan sword at all. Qi Yu briefly told him what happened during the era of the ancient beasts when he led the Zodiac army. After listening to Qi Yu, Zagru couldn't help but frown. Qi Yu, I suddenly realized a problem. Perhaps the history of the ancient beasts has been changed because of your appearance. Qi Yu was stunned. That can't be. I didn't do anything. Even when I helped the humans fight against the Zhuli people, I was only assisting them. I didn't intend to destroy the Zhuli people. In the end, we still have to rely on the humans of that era to defeat the Zhuli people. Zagru shook his head. No, you're wrong. Facts have proven that you have indeed affected that era. Haven't you done anything yet? You obtained the Xianyuan sword and the Kunlun mirrors. This has already had a huge impact on the entire era of the ancient beasts. You've also allowed them to come into contact with some things that belong to our modern era. These will have an impact on the era of the ancient beasts. More importantly, you've even taken in the Bull Demon King, a powerful, ferocious beast of that era, as your servant. This has caused the entire situation to change. Perhaps this is also the reason why Qi Yu was able to reappear. After listening to Zagru's words, Qi Yu couldn't help but shiver. Great Master, what should I do now? Will the changes in the era of the ancient beasts affect our current era? Zagru pondered for a moment. At least for now, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. I think that even if you've changed some aspects of that era, as long as the overall situation hasn't changed, it won't affect our current era. In other words, in the battle against the Zhuli people, the humans must obtain the final victory, and the ancient beasts will eventually disappear under the influence of the humans. Qi Yu heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Now that the Zodiac army is helping the humans, even with Qi Yu's leadership, it won't be easy for the Zhuli people to take advantage of them. Zagru sighed and said, if it was just the Qi Yu of the past, perhaps there wouldn't be any problems. However, the situation is different now. Qi Yu has obtained Panga's axe, allowing him to become even more powerful than before. Panga's axe is the strongest offensive weapon created by the great god Gong Gong. How can the enormous energy contained in it be ordinary? Once Qi Yu is able to unleash the full power of Panga's axe, the era of the ancient beasts will definitely face a disaster. Because of Qi Yu's hatred for the humans, this disaster will be even greater than when the Bull Demon King existed. Now, only you and the Xianyuan sword can fight against Qi Yu. Therefore, you can never let go of the opportunity to completely leave that era. You must maintain your resistance against Qi Yu. Only when he's completely destroyed and history returns to its original state can you do so. After listening to Zagru's words, Qi Yu couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Zagru was right. However, destroying Qi Yu was easier said than done. Perhaps, with the power of the Bull Demon King, Qi Yu could indeed be destroyed. However, only God knew what would happen after the Bull Demon King obtained Panga's axe. One must know that his tyrannical strength was not something that Qi Yu could compare with. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Qi Yu would never help the Bull Demon King obtain Panga's axe. I can only do my best in this matter. I hope that I can improve my strength to a sufficient level as soon as possible to fight against Chiyu. Great Master, please continue to talk about the 10 great artifacts. Zagru glanced at Chiyu with some worry. He said, Your judgment just now is correct. The Xianyuan sword was formed by the great god Zhurong's combination of the energy of the sun, the moon, and the stars, in addition to all kinds of energy that were already available on Earth at that time. And the Panga's axe was created by the great god Gong Gong. Although their relationship had been reconciled, it was inevitable that they still had the intention to win. However, it was inevitable that they would still have the intention to win. Hence, when they were creating the god tools, they all targeted each other. The 6 artifacts created by the great god Zhurong were not all created by him. One of them was naturally condensed energy between heaven and earth, and the other was created by goddess Nuwa. And the artifact that was naturally condensed was the Kunlun mirrors obtained by the Snow Girl. With it, it could travel through time and space. And the artifact created by goddess Nuwa was naturally the Nuwa stone that had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Because of the appearance of these 2 artifacts, the balance of power between the great god Gong Gong and the great god Zhurong was broken. Fortunately, the power of these 2 artifacts was far less powerful than the artifacts created by the 2 great gods, so there were no real problems. And these 2 artifacts were naturally ranked at the bottom of the 10 great artifacts. As for the other 8 divine artifacts, the Xianyuan sword, the Eastern Emperor bell, the Kongtong seal, and the Devil Refining Gourd were created by the great god Zhurong, while the other 4 were created by the great god Gong Gong. Although the Eastern Emperor bell was ranked first, in fact, its real power was not very strong. It was only ranked first because it could connect to all the sealed planes from Earth, and the Demon Refining Gourd and the Fushi Zither created by the great god Gong Gong were opposite each other. These 2 artifacts directly destroyed the enemy with energy fluctuations. The difference was that one absorbed the enemy, while the other used the sound of the zither to shock the enemy. But the effect was similar, and they were both the most powerful auxiliary weapons. And among the other 3 artifacts created by them, the Shinnon Cauldron and the Eastern Emperor Bell had something in common. They were not mainly used in battle, so they could be ignored. And the artifacts that were really used in battle, on the great god Gong Gong side, it was ranked 2nd, the Xianyuan sword, and ranked 8th, the Kongtong seal. And on the great god Gong Gong side, it was ranked 3rd, the Pango axe, and ranked 5th, the Haoqian pagoda. The 4 artifacts are opposite each other, and their power is basically balanced. An idea flashed in Chiyu's mind, and he said, Great Master, after saying so much, are you trying to tell me that when the Xianyuan sword and the Kongtong seal are used together, they can directly produce a special effect? Zagru smiled and said, Yes, that's right. After the 2 great gods created the 4 main offensive artifacts, they were not used by themselves. It was not for their own use, because they did not need to rely on any magic treasures at all. So they gave the 4 artifacts to Nuwa and Pangu, respectively. Pangu mastered the Pangu axe and the Haoqian pagoda, and Lady Nuwa naturally mastered the Xianyuan sword and the Kongtong seal. In addition to the Nuwa stone, which she created herself, her overall power had already surpassed Pangu. In the end, it was precisely because of this reason that the 10 great artifacts were all left in the human world. Pangu and Nuwa also followed the 2 great gods Zhurong and Gong Gong to break through the void and travel to the distant universe. The 10 great artifacts are left in our world, and their status is equivalent to the Western gods. They can give the human beings of the Yanhuang Republic energy, which is equivalent to the ability of the gods that the Western gods and devils have inherited from the human beings. Chiyu suddenly understood and said, So that's how it is. No wonder there have been no gods in the East. It turns out that the former gods were too powerful and were completely destroyed by the 2 great gods Gong Gong and Zhurong. However, the myth that you told me is too shocking. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to believe. Zagru said, This is the secret of heaven. If it weren't for the fact that you are the leader of this generation of Guardians of the East and will lead the Guardians of the East to fight against all possible crises, I wouldn't have brought you here and told you everything. Chi nodded and said, Master, don't worry. I definitely won't let you down. Now, you should tell me how to get the Kongtong seal. Zagru smiled and said, As I said just now, it's very easy for you to get the Kongtong seal. The Kongtong seal and the Xianyuan sword used to belong to Lady Niwa. Therefore, when the Kongtong seal was set up, the seal stipulated that the person who obtains the Kongtong seal must be a human. The second point is that you must have one of the other two artifacts of Lady Niwa and awaken the seal spirit in the Kongtong seal through the soul in the artifact. Only then can you get the approval of the Kongtong seal. No one knows where the Stone of Niwa is, but isn't the Xianyuan sword with you? As long as you use the power of the Xianyuan sword, you can naturally awaken the Kongtong seal and get its approval. When Chiyu heard Zagru's words, he immediately understood and couldn't help but be overjoyed. If he could get another artifact, even if he faced the Bull Demon King, he would be able to protect himself. It seemed that the strength of the East was definitely not inferior to that of the West. Once he could fully exert the power of these two artifacts, why would he be afraid of the great devil god of hell? At that time, it would really be a case of killing gods and demons in the way. A faint light flickered, and the light in Chiyu's eyes became more concentrated. However, he suddenly realized a problem, and the excitement in his heart suddenly disappeared. Master, I'm afraid it's not possible. Zagru was stunned and said, What do you mean? Don't you understand what I mean? Chiyu said with a wry smile, No, of course I understand what you mean. It's just that when I fought against those guys from the Vatican in London, in order to save me, Senior Xianyuan's soul finally used his own power to activate the Lost Formation. The Lost Formation with the Xianyuan sword as the core is the God-killing formation, and it destroyed all the enemies who posed a threat to me at that time. However, because of this, Senior Xianyuan's soul directly fell into a deep sleep. He said that he would need 100 days to recover. Now, I'm afraid it's impossible to use him to get the approval of the Kongtong seal. Chapter 252. Hearing Zagru's words, Chiyu nodded and said, That's the only way now. As long as I can obtain the recognition of the Kongtong seal, let alone a month, I'm willing to wait for a year. Zagru pointed to the mountain below and smiled. Then I'll leave this place to you. I'm going out. After you obtain the Kongtong seal, you'll naturally be able to leave this space with the help of the seal spirit. Take care of yourself. Before Senior Xianyuan Han wakes up, don't be in a hurry to obtain the recognition of the Kongtong seal, understand? Chiyu nodded. Grandmaster, don't worry. I've also obtained 2 God artifacts in the past, so I have a certain level of understanding regarding the seals of God artifacts. As long as the opportunity hasn't arrived, it's impossible for humans to go against the seals left behind by the 2 great gods. Zagru looked at Chiyu approvingly, put his hands together, bowed slightly to Chiyu and floated away, feeling the surging energy of the 5 elements in the west. Chiyu's heart was filled with excitement at this moment. Everything else was thrown to the back of his mind. Now he just wanted to properly cultivate in this space of the 5 elements mountains. That enormous 5 elemental aura was absolutely beneficial to his energy. He didn't want to waste any more time. Chiyu floated up and headed towards the 5 elements mountains below. The first mountain he chose was the Blue Mountain in the north. Although his water thundercloud force had already reached the 8 clouds realm, just like when it reached the 7 clouds realm, the thundercloud force's improvement wasn't stable enough, and the energy hadn't completely reached the 8 clouds level. Since he could only borrow the power of 2 mountains in the 5 elements mountains, he would first completely upgrade his water thundercloud force to the 8 clouds realm, then upgrade his fire thundercloud force. As for the 9 clouds, he didn't dare to think about it. After all, before all 4 types of thundercloud force were upgraded to the 8 clouds, there wouldn't be any more breakthroughs in the thundercloud force. Ever since he truly felt the power of the 4 types of thundercloud force. Chi-Yu would no longer rely on the energy of the origin of nature to enhance the 4 types of thundercloud force. In terms of strength, the improvement obtained in that way was far less effective than the improvement obtained by cultivating each type of thundercloud force one by one. Kirin had a total of 9 clouds. If he managed to reach 9 clouds, he would not have the true strength of a 9 clouds. It would be difficult for him to improve in the future. Therefore, for the sake of long-term consideration, Chi-Yu had to choose a stupid method. He raised his thundercloud force one by one. Zaglu floated out of the 5-element mountain space and once again appeared in the dark Great Hall. He did not leave the Great Hall. Instead, he clasped his hands together in front of his chest and lowered his eyes. Facing the center of the Great Hall, he sighed and said, "You've heard everything that I said to Chi-Yu earlier. I'm sorry, benefactor. Although I'm also willing to cooperate with the East and the West, however, everything you did at that time hurt him too deeply. You should know Chi-Yu's character better than I do." In the darkness, a slender figure walked out. Under the dim candlelight in the hall, the slender figure looked so lonely. Her long purple hair was set off by a long white dress. She looked so alluring. However, the light in her eyes was filled with endless sorrow. Her body was even trembling slightly. The person who suddenly appeared in the hall was none other than Yamu, the one who tricked Chi-Yu in London and used Chi-Yu's origin of nature to completely inherit goddess Athena's divine power. Yamu's face was still wet with tears. She looked at Master Zagru and bowed. "Master, you've done your best. After all, I created it myself. It's all my fault. Unfortunately, it's already too late. If it wasn't for the fact that I have too many responsibilities on my shoulders, I really don't want to continue suffering like this." Zagru looked at Yamu. He could clearly feel Yamu's restless emotions. He sighed deeply and said, "I can understand your pain, but similarly you should also understand Chi-Yu's pain. Don't think too much about it. Your mission now is the same as Chi-Yu's. Both are to improve your strength as much as possible in order to face the world's crisis that may appear at any time. You've completely inherited goddess Athena's divine power. It can be said that you're the real goddess Athena now. In a sense, it's not wrong for you to make an extreme choice in order to chase after greater power in a short period of time. After all, you have the support of millions of people in Greece. It's just that what you did was wrong. I think that if you directly told Chi-Yu that you hope to get help from his source of nature, even if it would consume a lot of energy for Chi-Yu, given his character, he would probably agree. Unfortunately, you took advantage of his feelings. Chi-Yu is an orphan. Since he was a child, he has suffered the warmth and coldness of the human world. Therefore, he is very stubborn about his feelings. From love to hatred, this kind of hatred is the strongest. The Battle of Everest can no longer be changed, but the final outcome can only be decided by you and Chi-Yu. Listening to Zagru's words, Yamu did not speak for a long time. This time, she specially came to Tibet to look for Master Zagru. One reason was because Chi-Yu's aura had disappeared, and the other was to get Master Zagru's help. Through various investigations in Greece, Yamu knew that on Chi-Yu's side, the only one who could persuade Chi-Yu was Master Zagru in front of her. Therefore she came. However, seeing that Chi-Yu hated her so deeply, what else could she do? Chi-Yu had said that hatred could not be resolved, and everything could only be solved by force. If it weren't for the fact that she had too many things on her shoulders, Yamu really wanted to die in the hands of Chi-Yu. Only then would her heart be free. When Chi-Yu was resurrected, the constellation guardian Mephistopheles had a premonition that Chi-Yu would be Yamu's only flaw. But even he did not know. For Yamu, this flaw was so huge. It was only later when Mephistopheles understood it was already too late. "Thank you, Master. I'm very grateful for your guidance. I'm leaving. The next time I come to Tibet will be on the 10th of January. I don't know if I'll see you again then." As she spoke, Yamu slowly turned around and walked out of the hall. Zagru looked at her silent back view and put his palms together. Amit Ba, all causes and effects are determined by the heavens. Almsgiver, take care. 10th of January. For Chiyu, it was a special day. That was his birthday, the most painful day for him in the past 20 years. Hearing Zagru's words, Yamu could not help but tremble. She naturally knew that Chiyu was an orphan. For an orphan, birthday was undoubtedly the most painful day. She did not say anything more. Yamu seemed to have thought through some things and floated away. Looking at Yamu's back view as she left, Zagru's eyes were hazy as he shook his head. Is this an ill-fated relationship? Strength bestowed by the heavens is not necessarily a good thing. They should have been such a good couple, but it turned out to be like this. I hope that Chiyu can be a little more open-minded at the last moment. If he is responsible, I'm afraid that this world really does not have the power to resist the crisis. The Battle of Mount Everest will either be the end of everything, or it will be the beginning of everything. This will depend on how they choose. Time passed quickly. It had been more than a month since Chiyu left the era of the ancient beasts. Ruyue stood on the hillside and looked at the vast plains in the distance. Ever since Chiyu left, the Zodiac army, under the leadership of the 12 Zodiac Guardians, had cooperated with the human army in more than 10 battles. Each time, they had achieved great results. They had forced the Juli people's army to retreat step by step. If it was not for the fact that the Juli people's army had extremely strong defenses, they would have lost more than a third of their army. Modern weapons should have been extremely powerful when used in ancient times. However, when the battle began, the people from the modern era understood that everything was not as simple as it seemed. The Juli people of the ancient beasts era had extremely strong defenses. Even armor-piercing bullets could only cause a certain amount of damage to them and could not kill them. It was no wonder that the Juli people, with only 50,000 soldiers, were able to annihilate an army of close to 1 million soldiers from the 4 main tribes. However, it was also thanks to the appearance of these modern weapons that the Juli people's casualties had increased significantly. The destructive power of firearms was still very strong. Just because one shot could not kill them did not mean that a group of shots could not kill them. During the continuous battles, the Juli people were unable to retaliate with the coordination of the Zodiac army and the firearms they had brought with them. They could only continuously retreat in defeat. Once Nali, the strongest among them, appeared, Ryue would naturally lead the Zodiac army to face him. As for Rua, the black tortoise and the green dragon, the 2 divine beasts, they became supervisors at Chiyu's request before he left. They would only intervene when the Zodiac army was in danger. After going through the baptism of more than 10 battles, although the speed of improvement couldn't be compared to the first month of training, every member of the Zodiac army had become much more tenacious than before. The real killing and armor-level battles allowed them to obtain countless valuable experiences on the battlefield, as well as the baptism of their actual combat abilities. In the process of everyone's hard work, everyone's abilities had improved by leaps and bounds. This improvement was reflected in the cooperation of the entire Zodiac army. Each of the 12 small teams of the Zodiac army had formed an individual combat team with the team leader as the core. The 12 small teams were also a large combat team. On the battlefield, they were like a huge meat grinder. The solid defense of the ordinary Jili people, which even bullets could not penetrate, was nothing in front of the Zodiac army. The continuous battles had baptized these youths into obvious changes. Although there were only over 100 of them, in the eyes of both the Jili people and the 4 main tribes, they were a group of steel lions. They were a group of steel lions that could change the entire situation of the battle. Big Sister Ryue, are you thinking about him again? Ming Ming's voice rang out from behind Ryue. Ryue turned around and smiled at Ming Ming. Ming Ming had also undergone obvious changes after coming to the era of the ancient beasts. She was still lively and cheerful, but her immaturity had disappeared. She had now become an important commander on the battlefield. Her chicken Zodiac army was ranked among the top few in the entire Zodiac army. Are you making fun of me, Ming Ming? Don't you miss him? Ruyue looked at Ming Ming and couldn't help but laugh. Ming Ming giggled and said, Of course I miss him, but what's the use of missing him? That guy, he was so happy that he forgot about home and home. Why didn't he hurry back? Ruyue raised her hand and patted Ming Ming's head. She said dotingly, You little girl! He must have been tied up by something. Otherwise he would have returned long ago. It's useless for us to be anxious. Without the Kunlun mirrors, none of us can go back. Ming Ming said, Big sister Ruyue, there are less than 2 months until the 10th of January. Do you think we can defeat the Constellation Guardian led by Yamu? Ruyue shook her head and said, I don't know, but one thing is for sure. Yamu must be very powerful. If she hadn't harmed Chiyu, perhaps our eastern protectors and their western protectors might have been able to cooperate. Ming Ming said hatefully, What cooperation? Hasn't she harmed Chiyu enough? If it wasn't for big sister Wenting, Chiyu would have. As she said that, Ming Ming's eyes revealed a trace of sorrow. Wenting was already dead. She could completely understand Chiyu's feelings at that time. If she had the ability to save Chiyu, she would have done it without hesitation. Just as she was about to say something, she was suddenly shocked. She looked into the distance at the foot of the hill. She didn't know when, but a patch of green was slowly moving towards them. It was not the thriving green of nature, but a wretched green full of deathly stillness. In the flickering light, the wretched green figures seemed to have no end, especially the tall figures at the front, which made people feel even more terrified. The Julie tribe had come. Ming Ming was slightly shocked and said, How could this be? Why would they suddenly attack us now? Haven't we been the ones with the advantage recently? Aren't they sending themselves to their deaths by attacking us from the front? Ruyue's eyes revealed a solemn glint. No, they aren't sending themselves to their deaths. I'm afraid that Chiyu has returned after recovering from his injuries. If it wasn't for his command, these fellows wouldn't have dared to attack after suffering so many setbacks. The situation isn't looking good. We've used up most of the ammunition we brought in the previous battle. It seems like we can only rely on our strength for this battle. Ming Ming, quickly inform everyone to prepare for battle. Ming Ming acknowledged her words and drifted away. Ruyue stared at the approaching Julie people army as she looked forward to his return. Chiyu, if you were here, I wouldn't have to be so worried. When will you be back? Ever since Chiyu became the king of the Zodiac, Ruyue had given up her position as the #1 warrior of the Zodiac to him. She had already gotten used to the days when Chiyu was around. As long as Chiyu was around, the Zodiac warriors would have a backbone in any battle. However, Chiyu wasn't around. Ruyue could only support the Zodiac warriors on her own. Seeing the Julie people launching an all-out attack and Chiyu who might be hiding in the dark, Ruyue felt a little embarrassed. Ruyue was working hard to fight against the Julie people. What about Chiyu? He was currently in Tibet. In other words, he was still in the wonderful space of the 5 Elements Mountain. Even Chiyu didn't know how much time had passed. Ever since he came here, other than a few times when he needed to cultivate the thundercloud force to stay awake, his spiritual power was almost always in a deep sleep. In this space, he didn't need to worry about any possible attacks at all. He could completely focus on cultivating. It was also under such circumstances that Chiyu fully experienced the benefits of the 5 Elements Mountain. It was just as he expected. On the blue mountain peak in the north, there was an incomparably surging water attribute energy. It didn't take long. His water thundercloud force, which had reached the 8 clouds level, had completely stabilized after absorbing the huge amount of water attribute energy. After that, Chiyu moved to the red mountain peak in the south. Not long ago, with the abundant fire attribute energy here, he had reached the 8 clouds level after wholeheartedly cultivating 4 types of thundercloud force. 2 of them had reached the 8 clouds level, which meant that he had completed half of his 8 clouds cultivation. His strength had also greatly increased. At the same time, after completing the fire attribute cloud energy training, Chi-Yu discovered that when he arrived at the earth attribute yellow mountain peak in the center, the energy formed from the 5 elements would produce an extremely gentle aura. This aura was actually complementary to his own natural energy. Thus, in the following period of time, Chi-Yu's body began to emit a gentle aura. Chi-Yu absorbed this aura to strengthen his origin of nature. His body had also evolved again in the 5 elements mountain. Although it wasn't as good as the rebirth of the origin of nature, his body was already very tough. It was extremely difficult to evolve again. In the process of constantly absorbing energy, his meridians were now able to withstand more and more energy fluctuations. Taking a deep breath, Chi-Yu's eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. In this space, there was no real air. If ordinary people came to this space, they wouldn't even be able to survive at all. This was because this space was completely filled with the surging energy of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 energy elements reinforced and restrained each other. In different directions, the energy one breathed would also be different. It was a pity that only 2 of Chi-Yu's 4 types of thundercloud force were compatible with the 5 elements. Otherwise, he could even improve his strength in a short period of time. The origin of nature energy in his body had become more peaceful and compatible with his own energy. Chi-Yu stood up and glanced at the quiet surroundings. He suddenly felt a little anxious. He had been in Tibet for some time, and he didn't know what the situation was like during the era of the ancient beasts. Without Chi-Yu, it would not be a problem for the Zodiac army to help the human army resist the enemy's attack. However, once Chi-Yu recovered from his injuries and reappeared in the camp of the Jili people, everything would be hard to say. After all, he had the extremely terrifying Pango axe in his hand. From Master Zagru's description of the Xianyuan sword, Pango axe and Haotian pagoda should also be a pair. If only Pango axe was present, it would be better. However, Chi-Yu was afraid that Chi-Yu would also discover the mystery of the 10 great artifacts. If he used Pango axe to obtain Haotian pagoda, then the calamity of the ancient beasts would really arrive. At the thought of the uncertain factors over there, Chi-Yu was very anxious to leave this place. He wanted to return to the era of the ancient beasts as soon as possible. However, the Kongtong seal was too attractive to him. It was a divine artifact that could greatly improve his ability. Therefore, no matter how anxious he was, he could only wait for now. Just as Chi-Yu was preparing to continue his cultivation, a comfortable voice suddenly rang out in his heart. What a comfortable aura. This is the aura of an old friend. Chi-Yu, how did you get here? Upon hearing this voice, Chi-Yu could not help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly said, "Senior Xianyuan Soul, you're awake? How is your energy recovery?" That's right. The voice that had suddenly appeared belonged to Xianyuan Soul. Xianyuan Soul smiled and said, "Don't worry. As long as the Xianyuan sword still exists, I will not disappear. However, I did not expect the god-killing formation to consume so much energy. If you had not come to this place, I'm afraid it would have taken a long time for me to wake up. Your energy seems to have become much stronger than before. Tell me, what happened while I was unconscious?" Chi-Yu agreed and hurriedly told him everything that had happened after he had returned from London. After listening to Chi-Yu's words, Xianyuan Soul could not help but angrily say, "These despicable people from the West really deserve to die. Damn it, the next time we go, we must get rid of them." However, I did not expect Chi-Yu to be able to obtain Panga's axe. Letting this guy obtain such a powerful divine weapon will indeed have a great impact on the era of the ancient beasts. The little monk was right on this point. I'm afraid only I can restrain Panga's axe. Chi-Yu, when we reach the era of the ancient beasts, we must try our best to attack Chi-Yu and get rid of him before he completely grasps the method of using Panga's axe. All right, let's not talk nonsense. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet my old friend. The five elements energy here can be said to be a great tonic for me. No wonder it feels so comfortable. With a flash of golden light, the Xianyuan sword appeared in front of Qiyu out of thin air. Compared to when he used the Xianyuan sword alone a few days ago, the light on the sword's body had become much more lively. After all, only when the Xianyuan sword had a soul could it be considered a truly powerful divine weapon. The light on the Xianyuan sword shone brightly. Xianyuan's soul let out a long roar. You only felt that his whole body had become light. His body had been wrapped in the golden light released by the Xianyuan sword. Then, with a flash of golden light, the Xianyuan soul controlled the Xianyuan sword. Carrying Qiyu's body, it directly went down the five elements mountain. The direction in which he flew was under the yellow mountain in the center. Qiyu had also used his own spiritual force to explore this space, but at that time he did not find anything. But at this time, the sudden change surprised Qiyu. When the golden light on the Xianyuan sword touched the yellow mountain, the entire five elements mountain shook violently, and the five mountain peaks began to change to a certain extent. Five colored mountain rocks rolled down, and the huge energy began to tremble. In the flashing light, the yellow mountain that was originally in the center began to move, while the other four mountains began to converge towards one position, leaving an empty space in the original position of the four mountains, just enough for the yellow mountain to squeeze in, causing the five mountains to form a circle, forming the shape of a five-pointed star. Five colors flashed, and the energy of the five elements seemed to become more intense after the five mountains moved closer. A loud and clear dragon roar sounded from the center of the yellow mountain. Then, five rays of light rose into the sky, floating in the blink of an eye. You clearly saw that they were five giant dragons, about 30 meters long. They were completely in the shape of the legendary giant dragons. They had no dragon wings, and their whole bodies were covered with thick scales. They had 2 horns on their heads, and their 5 giant claws were waving. As their bodies twisted, they constantly released a huge light. Just like the surrounding 5 mountains, as soon as they appeared, they arranged themselves into a pentagram, and their bodies stuck to each other, floating in the air. Xuanyuan's voice sounded in Qiyu's mind. Do you see that? These are the 5 elements undying divine dragons, and also the eternal guardians of the Kongtong seal. As long as the Kongtong seal is still there, they will never die. They are very powerful, and not something that those ancient giant beasts you know of can compare to. The strength of each undying divine dragon is not inferior to that little bird you recently took in. Moreover, with their undying attribute, they are even more powerful. In fact, even without Xuanyuan's words, Qiyu had already felt the strong energy, fluctuations from the undying divine dragons. If such a tyrannical giant dragon could help him in all aspects, then his strength would increase even if he didn't want to. Under the effect of the 5 elements, if the 5 undying divine dragons joined forces to attack, the power would certainly be increased. As for how strong they would be, it was not something that Qiyu could know for now. After the 5 elements, giant dragons appeared. As if they did not notice Xuanyuan's sword, they just hovered in the air in the shape of a pentagram. At this moment, a loud rumble came from the ground, and a huge stone pillar broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had risen to the height of the 5 elements, giant dragons. The stone pillar was also pentagonal, and each side was different in color. When gathered together, it emitted a huge energy aura. Right in the middle of the stone pillar, Qiyu saw a lustrous luster. It was a piece of milky white jade, and the luster on its surface looked so gentle. Faint light flickered, and the 5 elements, giant dragons, cheered at the same time. They stopped hovering and raised their heads in 5 different directions. Qiyu fixed his eyes on it. The jade in the middle was pentagonal, and each side was inlaid with a gem. According to the 5 elements, the 5 gems' colors were exactly the same as the 5 mountains from before. The light from the gems was not strong, and on each of the 5 sides there was a human figure carved. Although it looked a little blurry, it was vivid and lifelike, as if it had a life of its own. Faint light flickered, and the light in Chi-Yu's eyes also became stronger. He knew that this must be the legendary Kongtong seal. The Kongtong seal ranked 8th among the 10 great divine weapons, and it could be paired with Xuanyuan's sword. Xuanyuan's sword let out a sharp whistle, and a sharp golden light pierced through the air, illuminating the entire space above the 5 Elements mountain. The light that was filled with benevolent aura shone on the jade, and suddenly the Kongtong seal changed. 5 immortal dragons with 5 different colors of light simultaneously merged into it, and the 5 gems on the 5 sides of the Kongtong seal immediately lit up. Then the 5 colored dragons appeared, coiling around the statue, and turned into 5 small dragons. Xuanyuan's soul laughed loudly. "Old friend, you've slept long enough. It's time to wake up." A clear voice came from the Kongtong seal. "I was wondering who was so arrogant. So it's this broken sword of yours. It looks like you're not doing very well, and your energy is not as abundant as before." Xuanyuan's soul said in a bad mood, "Nonsense. Do you think you can compare to before? Don't forget, we were in the hands of Goddess Nuwa at that time. Goddess Nuwa's energy was so strong, and now she's gone. Without her, do you think you can exert your full strength?" A light flashed, and a wisp of white smoke floated out of the Kongtong seal. The smoke circled around, and a middle-aged man who looked about 30 years old appeared out of thin air above the Kongtong seal. Faint light flickered, and he looked up at Xuanyuan's sword in the air and said, "Speak! Why did you wake me up?" Xuanyuan's soul said in a bad mood, "Why? Didn't I wake you up to ask you to help my current master? We've been separated for too long, and it's time for us to cooperate. You should know that Panga's axe has also appeared. Come, Chiyu, let me introduce you. This is the seal spirit of the Kongtong seal." Chapter 253. Yinling sized up Chiyu and said indifferently, "Xianyuan, what does Panga's emergence have to do with me?" "That's your business. As long as the Clear Sky Pagoda doesn't appear, I won't bother to leave this place. Don't you know how comfortable it is to rest in your own space?" Xianyuan Han snorted and said, "Cut it out. Comfortable my ass. Only you can sleep here. If you don't come with me, I'll tear apart this space of yours. Let's see how you can sleep then." Yinling said angrily, "Are you forcing me?" Xianyuan said proudly, "That's right, I am forcing you. So what? Bite me then. Too bad you don't have that ability." "You." Yinling looked angrily at the giant Xianyuan sword in the air. He raised his right hand and waved it at Chiyu and said, "Human, leave this place first. It seems that if I don't teach this arrogant guy a lesson, he won't know what the 5 elements of heaven and earth are." In this space of 5 elements, the Kongtong seal was the absolute ruler. Chi-Yu felt his vision blur. When the surrounding scenery became clear again, he found himself back in the hall. He wasn't worried about the Xianyuan sword. After all, the Xianyuan sword was much higher than the Kongtong seal. Moreover, he'd clearly seen a trace of a faint smile appear on the face of the Kongtong seal's spirit at the instant before he left. He didn't have to wait for long. When Chi-Yu felt a strong energy fluctuation, he was sucked back into the space of 5 elements. What shocked Chi-Yu was that the peaks of the 5 elements were gone. The 5 elemental mountains had already lost their peaks, and Yinling was in a very sorry state. 5 undying divine dragons hovered around his body. His originally righteous clothes had become very messy. The light of the Kongtong seal on top of the pentagonal stone pillar had dimmed a lot. Xuanyuan's soul had already revealed his true form. He held the Xianyuan sword in his hand and looked at Yinling. He didn't look much better than Yinling. His breath was a little messy, and the light on the Xianyuan sword wasn't as bright as before. Yinling said dejectedly, "I didn't expect this. I still can't beat you in my territory. You're still the same old bastard." I don't care. You have to compensate me for my 5 elements mountain. What am I supposed to do if you split them all? Xuanyuan's soul chuckled and said, That's your business. What does it have to do with me? However, if you are willing to come with us, for the sake of a master, after our mission is over, I can consider repairing these broken mountains for you. Pashan, if you didn't rely on your own sharpness, you definitely wouldn't be able to defeat me in my 5 elements mountain space. Don't forget, the 5 elemental energies here are completely under his control, Yinling said with dissatisfaction. Xianyuan Han said impatiently, All right, be quick. Are you coming with us or not? If you don't want to, then forget it. Don't waste our precious time. Yinling glanced at Qiyu, who had been sucked back into the space, and said, Is it him? Xianyuan, you should know my temper. What makes him qualified to be my master? Xianyuan Han shrugged indifferently and said, Do whatever you want. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Qiyu, he wants you to pass his test before he approves of you. Let him see how strong humans have become. Want to fight? Qiyu had never been afraid of anyone, not even Qiyu. When he obtained the Xianyuan sword, he fought with Emperor Huang, and when he obtained the Kunlun mirrors, he made a bet with the immortal in the mirror. Now that he had encountered the Kongtong Seal's Yinling, he would fight her if she wanted to. He would never back down. Qiyu looked at Yinling and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, How do you want to test me? Please tell me, senior. Yinling's expression became a little better when she saw Qiyu's respectful expression. She said, As long as you can endure the undying divine dragon's attack for 2 hours, I will acknowledge your strength, provided that you don't have his help. As she spoke, Yinling pointed at Xianyuan Han next to her. Fighting the 5 elements, undying divine dragons for 2 hours? That's 2 of them disappearing. That doesn't seem possible. Since the undying divine dragons are mortal, I can't destroy them. At the same time, I can't bear to destroy them. If what Xianyuan Han said was true, that every undying divine dragon strength was about the same as Little Peng's, then it wouldn't be easy for me to deal with them. Perhaps only the Bull Demon King's strength could easily defeat them when they were besieged. As soon as Qiyu thought of the Bull Demon King, the latter's voice rang out in his mind. How about it? Do you want to make your second request? Sai, I'm going to be jealous. After the Xianyuan sword and the Kunlun mirrors, there's actually another divine weapon that might belong to you. Why can't I encounter such a good thing? Don't worry. Although these 5 dragons are very powerful, as long as I make a move, passing them will be a piece of cake. At the same time, you won't be breaking the rules. After all, I'm your messenger now. The messenger is a part of Kirin's strength. It would be impossible for Qiyu not to be tempted. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he still rejected the Bull Demon King's suggestion. The 3 conditions that the Bull Demon King had agreed to were all life-saving straws. Unless his life was in danger, he wouldn't use it easily. Moreover, the Bull Demon King must have heard what Zagru had said in his body, so he naturally knew the secret of Penga's axe. If he got his hands on Penga's axe, then there would be too many variables. There's no need for that. Since I'm going to accept the Kongtong Seal's test, I'll definitely rely on my own strength. Go to sleep, old bull. I'll wake you up when I need your help. After rejecting the Bull Demon King, Qiyu nodded at Yinling and said in a deep voice, Senior, let's start now. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, he didn't want to waste any more time. Yinling looked at Qiyu's deep voice with a hint of approval in his eyes. He didn't give any orders, but the 5 undying divine dragons that were originally circling around his body stretched out their huge bodies and pounced in Qiyu's direction. The bodies of the 5 dragons looked very transparent, as if they were carved from glass. However, Qiyu knew that the main reason they were called immortal was that their bodies were made up of energy. Physical damage had no effect on them at all. Since these undying divine dragons were undying, it was impossible for him to defeat them without the Xianyuan sword. Since that was the case, Qiyu gave up on attacking. With a flash, Chiyu instantly completed the Kirin transformation. Under the effect of the energy enhancement, Chiyu's body suddenly became agile. He stepped on the Kirin transformation in the air and quickly slipped through the gaps of the 5 giant dragons' bodies before they could pounce on him. From the start of the battle with the 5 elements undying divine dragons, Chiyu had thought of the silver dragon canopy. The undying divine dragon was a body of energy. In that case, the energy immunity silver dragon barrier would deal the most direct damage to them, and could even make them lose the ability to fight. However, this idea only flashed across Chiyu's mind, but he did not put it into action. It was not that he did not want to use it, but the bodies of the 5 elements undying divine dragons were too big. The silver dragon barrier was an energy immunity domain because of its absolute nature. It had a very big limitation, and that was the area that the domain could cover. The silver dragon barrier could not be like the art of thousand changes, which could cover as much as the energy allowed. Instead, it could only maintain an area of no more than 20 square meters. Given that the 5 undying divine dragons were more than 30 meters long, it was impossible for the silver dragon barrier to cover them. Therefore, Chiyu immediately gave up on the idea of destroying the energy of the other undying divine dragons. Seeing that the 5 giant dragons were pouncing on him again, almost sealing off the entire space, Chiyu did not panic. He had fought many experts and had rich combat experience. He knew that if he retreated now, he would not be able to hold on for another 2 hours. Now was not the time to save energy. Even if he could not complete the Kongtong Seal's test, he must not leave a bad impression on the other party. A huge long sword appeared out of thin air in Chiyu's right hand. Kirin's illusory form was almost the same size as the Xianyuan sword. After all, Chiyu was most used to using heavy swords. Floating up, Kirin condensed the thundercloud force with all its might. Holding the sword with both hands, he shouted and unleashed a slash with Kirin's origin power. A silvery white light shot out from the sword, sweeping toward the undying divine dragons. Chiyu was very smart. He did not expand his attack to attack all 5 undying divine dragons at the same time. Instead, he limited the silver light slash to a certain range, using his tyrannical energy control ability to compress the attack as much as possible. A silver light about 1 meter wide reached the charging, undying divine dragon in the blink of an eye. A faint light flickered. Chiyu's movements were very fast and very concise. After attacking with the sword, he did not even look at the effect of his attack and directly leaped back, quickly putting some distance between him and the undying divine dragon. At this time, golden wings appeared on his back. With the golden-winged eagle's ability to soar up 90,000 miles, his linear speed had greatly increased. Even if he was facing the undying divine dragon, it would not be much different. Amidst a loud rumble, the all-out attack full of compressed energy collided with the undying divine dragon in the air, triggering a large amount of energy fluctuations. The yellow figure trembled in the air, but in the end, it still could not catch up with Chiyu's attack. Chiyu sensed through his chi activity that although the undying divine dragon seemed to be formed from energy, its body was no different from a real body. Under the collision of energy, it actually used its dragon claws to forcefully collide with his own energy. The sharpness of the illusory Qilin and Chiyu's tyrannical attack had caused a certain amount of damage to the earth attribute undying divine dragon, leaving a deep scar on its body. The energy within its body had also been twisted into a mess, and it needed to adjust before it could launch another attack. Seeing Chiyu's tyrannical attack, Yinling's expression changed slightly. Chiyu's tyrannical strength had left a deep impression on him. At this time, the other 4 undying divine dragons had also closed in on Chiyu. At the same time, they opened their huge mouths and spouted a huge amount of energy of their own attribute at Chiyu. The speed of the energy impact was always faster than flying. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered Chiyu's body. With Kirin's illusion in hand, Chiyu saw that he had no chance to dodge. He held the sword in front of his chest with both hands, and a dark red light instantly rose from his back. In a flash, the light had completely enveloped the 4 dragons. Boom! Although Chi-Yu had used the infinite changes of 4 stars boundary technique in time, he still suffered a huge energy impact the moment the domain was completed. Fortunately, he was very familiar with the energy usage method of the Azura blade that he had learned in the past. At the same time, when the infinite changes of 4 stars boundary technique was formed, he instantly dispersed a part of the energy, which allowed him to use the sharpness of Kirin's illusion to break the energy attacking him. The sound of metal cutting and the impact of the 4 different attributes of energy in the energy circulation in his body made Chi-Yu almost spurt out blood. The reason why Chi-Yu did this was very obvious. Of course, he knew that it was impossible for him to destroy the Earth attribute, Undying Divine Dragon, with a full blow. The result he wanted was to slow down the speed of the Divine Dragon's attack and temporarily separate it from the other 4 Undying Divine Dragons. Judging from the 5 elemental attributes, the Earth attribute Undying Divine Dragon was clearly the leader of the 5 Undying Divine Dragons. Moreover, when the 5 elements were gathered under the effect of the principle of mutual generation, their attacks were bound to be more powerful. At this time, the Earth attribute Undying Divine Dragon lagged behind a little, and then used the infinite changes of 4 stars boundary technique to include the other 4 Undying Divine Dragons into his domain. This immediately broke the 5 elemental formation that they had formed, so that when they attacked, they would not be able to achieve the previous joint effect. Although this would allow the Earth attribute Undying Divine Dragons to attack his domain from the outside, it was obviously the best way to separate them now. As expected, when the 4 Undying Divine Dragons entered Chi-Yu's domain, they immediately became a little flustered. When Chi-Yu's figure automatically turned invisible, they immediately began to attack indiscriminately. Using the Sumeru mustard seed ability of the infinite changes of 4 stars boundary technique, Chi-Yu successfully separated the 4 Undying Divine Dragons once again, so that their attack power could only be reflected individually. The Earth attribute Undying Divine Dragon outside had already recovered by this time. Since it was immortal, although Chi-Yu had injured it quite severely, it had only affected its energy to a certain extent. It let out a deafening dragon roar and immediately pounced toward the huge, dark, red ball of light in front of it. These Undying Divine Dragons only had some simple, low-level intelligence and did not have very strong thinking abilities. The seal spirit of the Kong Tong seal was the true core of this divine weapon. Chi-Yu, who was inside the infinite changes of 4 stars boundary technique, smiled. The moment he saw the Earth attribute Undying Divine Dragon pouncing toward his domain, his mental strength suddenly went berserk and abruptly removed the effect of the Sumeru mustard seed ability, causing the 4 Undying Divine Dragons to gather together again. However, he also used the spatial transfer ability in his domain to forcibly adjust the 4 Undying Divine Dragons to face the same direction. The 4 Undying Divine Dragons attacked at the same time, and the 4 types of energy, water, fire, metal, and wood, immediately surged in one direction. At this moment, the infinite changes of 4 stars boundary technique disappeared, and the dark red color disappeared along with it. What appeared in front of the 4 Undying Divine Dragons was a large area of earthy yellow energy attack. Chi-Yu floated backwards, quickly adjusting the energy he had expended. When facing multiple enemies, the infinite changes of 4 stars boundary technique could often be used to its greatest effect. It was just like when he first encountered the army of beasts led by the Ox Demon King. At that time, Chi was far less powerful than he was now, but he was still able to rely on his special control of the domain to concentrate the attacks of the 3 Beast Kings on the Ox Demon King and almost cause him great harm. Although the energy of the 4 Undying Divine Dragons was not weak, there was still a gap between them and the 3 Beast Kings. Therefore, it was not difficult to simply change the direction of their energy, for against one, Without any suspense, the huge body of the earth attribute Undying Divine Dragon was immediately engulfed by the energy of its companions. The earthy yellow light completely disappeared in midair. Just as the 4 Undying Divine Dragons were in a daze after destroying their companions, the dark red energy once again enveloped their bodies under Qi Yu's ingenious control. This time, the infinite changes of 4 stars boundary technique enveloped the 3 Undying Divine Dragons, leaving only the fire attribute Undying Divine Dragon outside. As his strength increased, Qi Yu's control of this magical domain became more and more proficient. Unless it was a super powerhouse like the Bull Demon King, it would not be easy to deal with his domain. The fire attribute Undying Divine Dragon was stunned for a moment. He, who only had a low level of intelligence, clearly did not know why the earth attribute Undying Divine Dragon was destroyed. When he saw the dark red light directly enveloping his 3 companions, he did not hesitate to launch an attack. At this time, using the same method, the infinite changes of 4 stars boundary technique disappeared again. 3 against 1. It was still a battle without any suspense. The fire attribute Undying Divine Dragon also disappeared into thin air after the earth attribute Undying Divine Dragon. Qi Yu's heart was filled with excitement. Although he had deliberately planned this battle, he did not expect the results to be so good. Moreover, the use of the infinite changes of 4 stars boundary technique did not consume too much of his energy. The thundercloud force was enhanced. This allowed him to control the entire domain as if it was his own arm, and he could control it as he pleased. Seeing that there were only 3 Undying Divine Dragons left in front of him, Qi Yu was about to repeat the same trick. He was surprised to see that a yellow light had already lit up behind Yinling, and at this moment, the Kongtong seal flashed with a yellow light. The earth attribute Undying Divine Dragon was already in the process of recovering, and it would not be long before it could attack him again. Seeing this scene, Qi Yu was not alarmed, but rather delighted. He knew that although the 5 Guardian Divine Dragons were known to be undying, it would ultimately take time for them to recover from the destruction of their energy. He couldn't attack immediately after his body was destroyed. As long as that was the case, then, as long as this was the case, today's problem would be easily solved. As long as he could destroy these 5 Undying Divine Dragons one by one, when they recovered, they would only be able to recover one at a time. Given his strength, he would not be able to defeat all 5 of them, but if there was only one, it would be much easier. As he pondered, Qi Yu's hands did not stop moving. The infinite changes of 4 stars boundary technique appeared again and enveloped 2 Undying Divine Dragons at almost the same time. 2 against 1. The same result allowed him to destroy another opponent. At this time, Yinling's expression had completely changed. Whatever Qi Yu could think of, the soul of the divine weapon could also think of. He knew that there was no point in continuing the battle at this point. He directly withdrew the remaining 2 Undying Divine Dragons and said in a deep voice, "That's enough." Kirin's illusion disappeared, and Qi Yu smiled and nodded. "Senior, do I pass the test?" Yinling nodded and said, "Yes, you pass. However, I really want to know what kind of domain ability you used just now. Even with my mental strength, I couldn't break into it to control the Undying Divine Dragons. This is the first time I've seen such a domain." Qi Yu said, "This domain is called the Infinite Changes of 4 Stars Boundary Technique, and it's an ability bestowed upon me by a senior. Simply put, its characteristics are very similar to the Kunlun Divine Illusion of Kunlun Mirrors, and it relies on illusions and spatial changes within the domain to achieve its goals. At the same time, it can also enhance or weaken energy to a certain extent." Yinling suddenly understood and said, "I see. You took advantage of the Undying Divine Dragon's low intelligence to break their joint attack. However, your action at the beginning was the most crucial. You forcibly separated the 5 Undying Divine Dragons before they completed the 5 elements harmony. Otherwise, you might not have been able to use this domain." Chi scratched his head and said, I was just lucky. Yinling snorted and said, if there's really so much luck in the world, why do we need divine weapons? It's not luck, but the effect of practical experience. Xianyuan was in a good mood. He laughed and said, what do you think? I didn't follow the wrong person, did I? Although Qiyu's current strength isn't enough to display our true power, even I can't help but be shocked by the speed of his growth. He has great potential for development. You should also feel the natural aura on his body, which has a strong nourishing effect on your 5 elements energy. The test is over, so you shouldn't hesitate anymore. Yinling smiled and said, in fact, do you think I have any other choice after meeting you? If I don't agree, you'll tear me apart if you don't agree. I didn't expect that we could join forces again after so many years, but I don't know what enemy we're going to face this time. Xianyuan floated to Yinling's side. The two stretched out their right hands at the same time and shook hands in the air. Xuanyuan's soul said emotionally, left Kongtong, right Xianyuan, heaven and earth shocking sword and seal harmony. Old friend, we're finally together again. Yinling said snappily, don't flatter me. There's no other way to be with you. I can't continue the peace I've enjoyed for so many years. The process of the master recognition was very simple. After checking Qiyu's body, the Kongtong seal directly fused with his Kirin pearl, turning the pearl-like pearl Kirin pearl into a jade-like shape. The fusion, not only did it make the Kirin pearl bigger, but it also made it easier to control everything inside the Kirin pearl. There was no Kirin pearl, but there was the Kongtong seal, which had the ability of the Kirin pearl. Qiyu's wait for more than a month was not in vain. Under the guidance of the Kongtong seal, he finally left the space of the 5 Elements Mountain and came to the main hall of the Saint Buddha Temple. When Qiyu appeared in the main hall, Zagru was already waiting for him. He glanced at the Kirin pearl hanging on Qiyu's neck, which had turned into a pentagonal jade pendant. He couldn't help but smile and said, congratulations. Now, you really have the ability to lead the East to face all enemies. Qiyu bowed respectfully to Zagru. He said, this is all thanks to Master's guidance. I must leave immediately. My companions are still waiting for me in the ancient beasts period. I must hurry back to meet them. Zagru nodded and said, you will come back to Tibet soon. Qiyu, I won't persuade you anymore. I just hope that you can think about who the enemy you will face in the near future is. For the future of more people, you have to be clear about this. Do you understand? Qiyu was silent for a moment. He looked at Zagru's clear eyes and sighed. Master, I understand what you mean. I can only say that I will do my best. However, I can't guarantee anything. I'm leaving. Take care, Master. As the door opened, Qiyu turned into a wisp of smoke and left. With his exquisite control of energy, he could completely control the energy around his body. After leaving the Saint Buddha Temple, Qiyu was in a very good mood. Although Zagru's last words made him ponder, some things could no longer be changed. He simply didn't think too much about it. He quickly left the Saint Buddha Temple and headed for the capital. After his water and fire thundercloud force were completely upgraded to the 8 Clouds realm, Qiyu's flying speed was almost the same as Little Peng. Because of his excitement, he didn't even summon Little Peng this time. Instead, he relied on his own power to fly towards the capital. The 5 Elements Mountain space could be said to have benefited Qiyu a lot. Not only did he wait for Xuanyuan's soul to wake up, but he also upgraded 2 of his 4 Thundercloud Force to the 8 Clouds realm. He also obtained the Kongtong Seal, one of the top 10 artifacts. With the Kongtong Seal, Qiyu believed that even if Bull Demon King had the ability to break the life and death domain, he would have to think twice if he wanted to fight against him. The power of 2 artifacts was much stronger than a single artifact. Seeing that the capital was getting closer and closer, Qiyu woke up from the excitement of the energy upgrade. He was about to reach home. Then, should he go and see his parents? After knowing his identity, How would they face him? Or in other words, how should he face them? After all, they were his parents. It was impossible to escape, and Chi-Yu didn't want to escape. Seeing that the capital was right in front of him, he simply let go of his body and mind and let nature take its course. Facing it calmly might be the best way for now. Quietly landing in the dragon-field courtyard, Chi-Yu immediately felt Snow Girl's aura. He didn't hide his own aura either. Before he walked towards the villa, a cyan figure had already flown out and fell into his arms. Chi-Yu, you're back. Snow Girl excitedly hugged his neck and jumped. Looking at her somewhat resentful gaze, Chi-Yu couldn't help but smile and said, "Silly girl, I'm back now, aren't I?" Snow Girl unhappily snorted and said, "You said you'd come back as soon as possible, but you've been gone for dozens of days." This time, she finally got some alone time with Chi-Yu, but Chi-Yu had left for so long. Seeing that they were about to return to the era of the ancient beasts, it was normal for her to be unhappy. Chi-Yu said, let's go back first." As he said that, he took Snow Girl's little hand and went directly back to the room. Snow Girl poured a glass of water for Chi-Yu and asked, "Why were you gone for so long?" "I was worried to death. You don't know, Uncle and Auntie would call almost every morning and evening to ask about you. In the end, I didn't have the heart to tell them that you haven't returned." Hearing Snow Girl mention his parents, Chi-Yu's eyes showed a trace of complicated feelings. "Are they okay?" The Snow Lady shook her head and said, "Even though I haven't seen them recently, I'm sure they're not in a good state, considering how anxious they are because of you. Chi-Yu, no matter what, before we leave, you must see them one last time. Don't tell me you still blame them for being wary of you that day." Chi-Yu shook his head, smiled slightly, and said, "How can that be? After all, they are my parents. How can I really blame them? It's just that I was a little depressed at that time. It wasn't easy for me to find my parents, but I couldn't recognize them. That feeling was very difficult for me to accept. But this time I went to Tibet, I thought it through. It can be seen that because of my disappearance, they also suffered a lot. Wealth can't bring spiritual sustenance, so we are all victims. After all, they're my biological parents. Don't worry, before I leave, I will definitely see them." Snow Girl breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I'm relieved that you can think like this. Well, tell me what you've been doing in Tibet these days." Looking at Snow Girl's curious look, Chi-Yu couldn't help but pinch her cute little nose and said with a smile, "This time I went to Tibet, I gained a lot. I understood some things that I couldn't figure out before, and at the same time, my strength has improved to a certain extent. Now, even if I face Chi-Yu again, I am confident that I won't lose." At that moment, he told Snow Girl what had happened to him in Tibet, hiding the matter about the Eastern mythology. After all, it was a leak of heavenly secrets. The fewer people who knew, the better. Moreover, it was meaningless for Snow Girl to know. Chapter 254. Chi-Yu looked at the bright sky outside and said, "Snow Girl, I'm a little worried about everyone. Let's go back tonight. I'm afraid that Chi-Yu has already healed his injuries. After all, he has Panga's axe, and we can't treat him with common sense." There was a trace of disappointment in Snow Girl's eyes, but she still nodded and said, "Okay, we'll leave whenever you say so. However, there are some things I need to tell you now. Our Kirin group is developing faster than we thought. General G called about half a month ago and said that the national leaders have fully recognized our company's fruit and praised it. However, in order to ensure that the company's fruit supply to the national leaders is not leaked, everything has to be done in secret, and the country will not treat us badly. Although they will not pay us to buy the fruit, they will specially adjust our company's tax to half of the previous one. At the same time, under the influence of the country, our products have been widely promoted. The national leaders are very appreciative of you. The biggest help for us is to broadcast our company's promotional video on national television during prime time. It will be broadcast once a week for a year. Such a publicity effect is not a problem of a little money. With the support of the country, coupled with the promotion of the customers who bought our products in the early stage, our first batch of products has been sold, and the second batch is also in the process of preparing to go on the market. The initial investment has been fully recovered. Now, Sister Guan won't say that your price is too high. She even wants to reduce the price. Although she works hard every day, she is very happy when she sees the financial statements. Speaking of this, Snow Girl couldn't help but laugh. Hearing that the company was on the right track, Chi Yu couldn't help but feel relieved. He really didn't have time to take care of the company's affairs. It was already very good to be able to have such results. After laughing, Snow Girl continued, "Also, because the effect of our company's products is very obvious, it has attracted the attention of some foreign counterparts. Now, there are 7 countries' counterparts who have asked us for the agency rights of our products. How do you think we should deal with this matter?" Chi Yu thought about it and said, "This is simple. Everything will be done according to the normal procedures. We don't need agents. Everything will be done through direct sales. We must control our own products. Because our natural fruits are unique, we're not afraid of competition at all. Even if their competitors had the cultivation method, they wouldn't be able to cultivate the same fruit without the environment of the ancient beasts. Don't worry now. Call Sister Moon Guan later. After we leave, she will be in charge of all the company's affairs. Don't worry about the exit for now. Let's talk about it after we come back. Let her establish a foothold in the country first and increase the promotion of our company's products. When we come back, I believe that we have accumulated a certain amount of capital. That will be the best time for us to enter the international market. After all, we are a newly developed company. I still need a lot of time to integrate the immature aspects." Snow Girl nodded and said, "Sister Moongate, and I also think so after discussing it. Now was not the time to rush development. They had to stabilize the situation first. Moreover, our company's products also need to better establish a solid customer base. Only after we have a stable income can we plan to develop our products. However, I don't know why, but recently the foreign media seems to be paying attention to our small company. I heard from Sister Moongate that there are a lot of reports about us abroad. Should we investigate this matter?" Chi Yu shook his head and said, "Our energy is limited after all. We are leaving soon. Sister Moongate can't handle it alone. Let's put it aside first. When we return from the ancient beasts period, we will deal with these matters. Oh, by the way, tell Sister Moongate that if the conditions are right, we will buy 2 more large cold storages. We can't always go to the ancient beasts period. This time, we have to bring back as many fruits as possible." Snow Girl said with some worry, "But in that case, will the time affect the quality of the fruits?" Chi Yu smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, "How can that be? Don't forget, I am the source of nature, and with Sister Plant Soul's understanding of plants, as long as a certain amount of natural energy is steadily injected into the warehouse, there will be no problem." Snow Girl said, "So that's how it is. Then let's do it." Chi Yu's eyes showed deep emotions and said, "We are leaving tonight. Accompany me to meet them. I think they must have left their phone number for you." Snow Girl naturally knew who Chi Yu was talking about. She said, "Then should I call them now?" Chi Yu took out his phone and said, "I will call them myself. Tell me their number." After all, they were his biological parents. It was better to solve these problems by himself. He dialed Chi Tianlei's phone number according to the Snow Girl told him. Hearing that the call had been connected, it was impossible for Chi Yu not to be nervous. "This is Chi Tianlei. Who is it?" Chi Tianlei's voice was still so majestic. It was full of magnetism, and even Chi Yu felt very comfortable listening to it. The phone number that Chi Tianlei had left for the Snow Lady was a private number that wasn't open to the public. His secretary was usually the one who answered the phone for business purposes. "It's me." Chi Yu was silent for a while before answering. Perhaps because of his emotions, his voice was a little low. Chi Tianlei was stunned at first, and then his voice changed. It was no longer calm, but full of excitement. "Chi Yu, is that you? Where are you now?" Hearing his father's voice and his excited and intimate emotions, Chi-Yu's nervous mood slightly relaxed. He said, "I am at the Dragon Field courtyard," before Chi-Yu could continue. Chi Tianlei quickly interrupted, "You are finally back. Okay, wait for us there. We will go immediately." After saying this, he immediately hung up. Chi-Yu looked at the phone in his hand in a daze. Chi Tianlei's eagerness made him feel a strong sense of kinship. They are coming, they are coming. Thinking that he was about to meet his parents, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He quickly changed into a set of clean clothes and deliberately shaved to make himself look more refreshed. It was as if he was preparing for a blind date, nervous with a bit of excitement. Snow Girl looked at Chi-Yu with a smile. She hadn't seen Chi-Yu so excited for a long time. Being able to reunite with her biological parents, Snow Girl's joy was no less than Chi-Yu's. What she wanted most was for Chi-Yu to be happy. Perhaps this was the emotion that would appear after loving someone. After Chi-Yu fixed himself up, he immediately brought Snow Girl to the hall. At first, he was able to stroll calmly in the hall, but after walking 2 laps, he couldn't help but think in his heart, when Chi Tianlei and his wife arrive, what should I say first? Should I directly go up to them and reunite with them? Or should I first sound them out and see how they are prepared to treat me? Along with the random thoughts in his mind, Chi-Yu's mood became more and more restless. Strolling from inside the villa to outside, he stood not far from the gate of the courtyard and anxiously waited. He even released his spiritual force, feeling the breath of life from the vehicles passing in every direction around the courtyard. In fact, doing this was completely futile. Chi Tianlei and his wife didn't have special abilities. Naturally, they wouldn't have energy sensing on their body. They were no different from ordinary people. Even if his spiritual force was strong, it was after all not his eyes. It was impossible for him to see them. Chi Tianlei and his wife's anxious mood was no less than Chi-Yu's. Without letting him wait for too long, the sound of brakes came from outside the courtyard gate, followed by a clear horn sound, waking Chi-Yu up from his restlessness. "Open the door," Chi-Yu called out to Snow Girl. Snow Girl was already prepared. The gate of the courtyard opened. A limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom came in from the outside. The body of the car was extended, and the logo of the angel on the front of the car looked very eye-catching. However, Chi-Yu, who had always loved cars, had no time to pay attention to this. His eyes were like lightning, piercing straight into the car. As soon as the Rolls-Royce entered the gate, it stopped. Without waiting for the driver to get out of the car to open the door, the rear door opened automatically. Chi-Yu, who was still thinking about how to face his parents, saw a petite figure jump out of the car. She really did jump out, and in the next moment, she was already in front of him. It was Ying Xiaodai. Just as Chi was about to say something, Ying Xiaodai hugged him with tears streaming down her face. My child, you're finally back. Do you know how hard it was for your mother to wait for you?" At this moment, Chi-Yu's mind was completely blank. All the words he had thought of before disappeared. His mother's words evoked the strongest emotion in his heart. He could not control his tears at all. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and threw himself into his mother's arms. Chi-Yu's voice was full of emotion, but he only managed to choke out one word, "Mom." The mother and son hugged each other and cried loudly. Chi-Yu seemed to want to express all the sorrow he had suffered as an orphan for 20 years, and Ying Xiaodai seemed to want to completely release the 20 years of longing she had for her son. The mother and son hugged each other and cried. Snow Girl, who was standing on the side, could not help but think of her parents and relatives when she saw this shocking scene. Tears flowed down her cheeks, and she could not help but sigh. Chi Tianlei's pace was no longer as steady as usual. He got out of the car only a little slower than Ying Xiaodai. He came to Chi-Yu and Ying Xiaodia's side, opened his wide arms and hugged his wife and son. He murmured, choking with sobs, "Reunited." Our family is finally reunited. Uncle Zhou was standing at the door of the villa at this time, and Snow Girl was also standing beside him. However, at this moment, no one wanted to ruin this moment. Seeing the reunion of Qiyu and his family, they all silently wished them well in their hearts and were moved. After crying for a long time, Qiyu's emotions gradually stabilized. Because of the physical contact, he found that his mother's heart was a little overwhelmed because she was too excited. Only then did he wake up from his complicated emotions. A gentle and warm energy flowed into Ying Xiaodia's body through Qiyu's big hand. The comfortable feeling calmed her excited emotions, and the gentle energy slowly affected her body. Ying Xiaodia's crying gradually stopped. Raising his head, Qiyu wiped the tears off his face and looked at his mother, who was close at hand. For a moment he could not speak at all. Ying Xiaodai held Qiyu's shoulders with both hands and said, "Child, get up quickly. The ground is cold." Qiyu stood up with the help of his mother. He was half a head taller than his father, Qi Tianlei. Looking at her son, who was not handsome but had a stalwart figure and exuded a noble temperament, the sadness in Ying Xiaodia's heart gradually disappeared and was replaced by pride and joy. "Child, you've made me wait for so long. This month, I've been thinking about you every moment. Fortunately, you're finally back." Ying Xiaodai held Qiyu's hand tightly and did not let go. Looking at her son's white hair, she could not help but feel a surge of sadness in her heart again. Seeing that his wife was about to cry again, Qi Tianlei hurriedly said, "Let's go. Let's talk inside." As he spoke, he patted Qiyu's shoulder with a kind light in his eyes. Once upon a time, how he wished to have a warm family. But now, all of this had come at the same time. The parents he longed for had finally come to his side. This feeling made Qiyu forget about his nervousness, and his emotions were in a state of extreme excitement. He could not calm down for a long time. The three of them came to the villa's hall and sat down. Qi Tianlei sat opposite Qiyu, while Ying Xiaodai insisted on sitting next to her son. She sat next to Qiyu and held his hand, feeling the warm aura constantly released from his mother's body. Qiyu's eyes could not help but reveal a trace of childish emotions. Qi Tianlei sighed. 20 years, a whole 20 years, we finally found you. Qiyu, I know you may be blaming us. You didn't see us until today, 20 years later. You must have suffered a lot in these past 20 years. But can you understand the painstaking efforts of me and your mother? Back then, it wasn't that we abandoned you. It was our business competitor who stole my most beloved son in order to take revenge on us. Later, although I had my revenge, the last news I received was that the killer who stole you had vanished from the face of the earth. I used all the manpower and resources, but I never received any news about you. I don't know how many times your mother cried over losing you. Later, we had Ying. After having Ying, we decided not to have any more children because we already had a son. We always believed that you were still alive in this world. To be honest, I'm a very selfish person, and I'm not that passionate about charity work. However, since you disappeared, your mother and I have put a lot of energy into charity work so that we can move the heavens and one day send you back to us. 20 years, a whole 20 years. Today, you finally appeared in front of us. Child, can you forgive me and your mother? Seeing Qi Tianlei's eyes that had become red from excitement, Qiyu forcefully shook his head and choked with sobs. No, you don't need my forgiveness at all. Because after I found out about the situation back then, I didn't hate you at all. You also thought that I was suffering a lot from my disappearance. All of this can only be said to be the heavens playing tricks on our family. Dad. The last word suddenly made Qi Tianlei unable to control his emotions. For a moment, he couldn't help but burst into tears. What could be happier than having a son at an old age? Looking at his son, he was completely emotional and speechless. Ying Xiaodai leaned on Qiyu's shoulder and cried again. Having obtained Qiyu's approval, Qi Tianlei and Ying Xiaodai were now emotional, but inwardly they were extremely excited. Originally, They thought that Chiyu hadn't seen them for so long because he was still blaming them. But now, it seemed that everything was not a problem. His son had really returned to his side. The excitement of the family lasted for half an hour before they gradually calmed down. Ing Xiaodai gently wiped away the tears on her son's face. Because she was sitting next to Chiyu, she couldn't help but smile as she felt her son's strong body. "Child, you are much stronger than your father. It's been hard on you not being by our side for 20 years. Holding his mother's hand, Chiyu gently shook his head and said, "The past is the past. Mom, you don't have to blame yourself anymore. Actually, I'm also at fault. If my emotions were more stable when I saw you before, maybe our family would have already acknowledged each other. Later, because there were some things that I had to deal with, I came back late. I made you worry." Chi Tianlei listened to Chiyu and waved his hand. He let the security guards behind him leave the villa and then said to Chiyu, "I found out about your identity through some aspects, but I found out that your file is very mysterious. The last place it ended was in Qingbei University. Moreover, you dropped out halfway. There was no file at all after that. Even the Kirin group that you founded is pitiful in the file. As far as I know, you should be someone from an important department of the country." Naturally, there was nothing to hide from his parents. "Chiyu, Dad, I don't belong to any department of the country, but I have the approval of the country. How should I put it? My identity is quite special. From the country's point of view, I actually only have a diamond guardian medal and certain privileges. There's nothing else, and the country won't deliberately control what I do." Diamond guardian medal? Hearing this name, Chi Tianlei and his wife were both shocked. Although they had a very close relationship with the police, they didn't receive such information. However, they had heard about the meaning of the Diamond Guardian Medal. Only those who have made great contributions to the country are qualified to receive it. Moreover, the owner of the Diamond Guardian Medal would only listen to the orders of the president. It could be said to be the highest standard of honor in the entire Yanhuang Republic, and their son actually had such an honor. It could be seen how extraordinary his identity was. Chiyu looked at his parents' surprised expression and continued, "Simply put, we are a group. In terms of title, we are the Guardians of the East. Our mission is to protect the East. When there are some things that the country can't solve, we will step forward and be responsible for resolving these crises." Chi Tianlei thought about it and said, "So you are an organization?" Chi Tianlei thought for a moment and said, "So you're an organization?" Chi Tianlei thought about it and said, "So you are an organization?" Chi Yu shook his head. "No, that's not it. Kirin Group is just something I came up with. I hope to make it my career. After all, it's not good for a man to not have his own career. Just like here. This is Ryue's villa. I can't not have my own house. And if I want to have everything, I must first have the capital." "Are you talking about Hai Ryue?" This girl was very capable. It was fortunate that her parents were so reassured to hand over the company to a girl in her 20s. If it weren't for the limitations of their company's own business projects, Longyu Group would have even greater development. When it came to economic issues, Chi Tianlei suddenly became spirited. Chi Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, my Kirin Group was borrowed from Ryue. When the company is on track, I will return the money to her." Before Chi Tianlei could speak, Ing Xiaodai said, "Borrow money? Why would our son need to borrow money? How much did he borrow? Tell me. I will ask someone to return it to Longyu Courtyard." Chi Yu looked at his concerned mother with a smile and said, No need. I want to be self-reliant. In fact, when I learned that you might be my biological parents that day, I hesitated in my heart. So, after thinking about it, it's normal for you to doubt my identity. After all, you are second to none in the country. How can I not arouse suspicion and speculation when I rashly recognize my relatives? Dad, Mom, let me try to manage the company on my own. I just want to do my own business. It doesn't matter to me if I have more money. I just want to enjoy the feeling of success. In fact, when you told me that you had transferred all your assets to my sister, I felt much more relaxed. At least now, no one will say that I'm going to steal your assets." Qi Tianlei and Ying Xiaodai looked at each other with approval in their eyes. Qi Tianlei smiled and said, "Good. You're worthy of being my son. You're ambitious. I also know that with your special identity, I'm afraid you won't be able to inherit our family business. But it doesn't matter. Your sister's share will naturally be given to her. But you are also our child. We will treat you equally in this regard. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I won't give it to you. You don't lack money anyway. When you have a child, I can give it to my grandson. You don't have the right to refuse for my grandson." Looking at the proud smile in Qi Tianlei's eyes, Qi really felt helpless. However, he also deeply felt his parents' determination to make it up to him. "Then you will have to wait, at least in a short period of time. The possibility of me getting married is very small." Qi Tianlei smiled and said, It doesn't matter whether you get married or not. Shui Er is so beautiful. When you have a child in the future, he will be more handsome than you. If the girl looks like Shui Er, it will be perfect. Don't worry. Even if you don't get married, when you have a child, I have a way to let him be fully recognized by the law." Why did they jump to the topic of children after just a few words? Qi Yu was a little embarrassed, and Snow Girl was already blushing. Ying Xiaodai nodded in agreement and said, "That's right, your father is right. You have to work hard. The sooner you have a child, the better we can have grandchildren. Our family has a small island in the international waters. The environment there is very beautiful. When we have grandchildren, your father and I will bring the children there to retire. Oh, right. Our family is special. As long as you have the ability, have a few more children. The more the better." As she spoke, Ying Xiaodai was already smiling so widely that her eyes were squinted, obviously fantasizing about having a house full of children and grandchildren. Qi Yu looked at Snow Girl awkwardly, but Snow Girl didn't look at him. She giggled and said, "Auntie, I'm afraid this hope of yours is very easy to solve. Qi Yu has a lot of female confidants. If each of them can give birth to a child, they can probably form a basketball team." Ying Xiaodai and Qi Tianlei couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. They looked at Qi Yu and didn't know what to say. Qi Tianlei coughed awkwardly. In this regard, men always acted like men. However, Ying Xiaodai was a little unhappy and scolded Qi Yu. "You child, Shui Er is so good. You actually have other women behind her back. How can you face her? Listen to your mother. Break up with those outside and be good to Shui. Of course, if you have children with other girls, don't worry and bring them back. Your mother will take care of them for you." This. Looking at Ying Xiaodai, Qi Yu really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, the strong familial love that he had never felt before warmed his heart. This was the feeling of home. Snow Girl walked to Ying Xiaodai's side and sat on the sofa's armrest. "Auntie, don't make things difficult for him. In fact, I'm the last one to establish a relationship with Qi Yu. I'm the latecomer. If you do this, won't he dump me first?" Ying Xiaodai was stunned. Seeing that Snow Girl didn't look angry at all, she couldn't help but feel strange. Is that so? But don't you want to monopolize him and become Qi Yu's wife? Snow Girl looked at Qi Yu bitterly and said, "Auntie, it's not that I don't want to, but that's simply impossible. Even I don't know how many women Qi Yu has. He's not destined to belong to just one person." Ying Xiaodai looked at Qi Yu blankly. This situation was obviously something she couldn't understand. Qi Yu took this opportunity to quickly say, "Mom, let's discuss this later. But I'm afraid I won't be able to get married in this life because I can't let any of them down." Qi Tianlei frowned, "But you're letting each of them down. Which girl doesn't want to get married? How about this? Tell me first, how many women do you have?" Qi Yu looked at his father's unhappy expression and tentatively said, 4, no, 5. Snow Girl, Wen Ting, Shangbing, Ruyue, and Ming Ming added up to exactly 5. Of course, he would include Wen Ting, because in his heart, Wen Ting was not dead at all. Qi Tianlei looked at his son in surprise. Can you do it? You found 5 wives at once. Although I know you're not an ordinary person, you still have to take care of your body. Ing Xiao Dai snorted and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Don't lead your son astray. Qi Tianlei snappily said, Do you still need me to teach your son? I haven't even taught him, and he already has 5. Otherwise, you'd really want him to find a strong girlfriend. Ing Xiaodai stared at Qi Tianlei and said, What, my son? Isn't he also your son? All right. It's not easy to see our son. Don't scold him. I believe you, is confident. Let's let nature take its course. Qi Tianlei nodded and said, That's the only way. But you, inform me in advance when you're ready to get married. No matter how many women you have, I have a way to let you marry all of them. After all, we're not ordinary people. Qi Yu looked at Qi Tianlei. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. His father was really resourceful. Was the problem that had been bothering him so easy to solve from his mouth? Qi Tianlei said, now that we've recognized you, when you're free, come to the Golden Grain Group. I'll officially announce your identity at the board meeting. As my son, and an adult at that, I've already thought it through. The affairs of the Kirin Group are your own business. I promise I won't interfere. However, there's a precondition. You must come to the Golden Grain Group as a deputy general manager. Don't worry, it's not a position. You only need to come to work 1 day a week. Apart from the board of directors, the main management of the group is me and your mother. There are 8 or 9 positions above the deputy general manager, so you don't need to worry about anything. Qi Yu thought about it and said, There's no need. This is just a formality. Qi Tianlei insisted, No, you're my son. If you don't work part-time in the company now, some things will be difficult in the future. If you don't agree, don't blame me for not helping you when you want to marry a wife. Anyway, even if you don't get married, I have ways to handle all kinds of normal procedures for your children in the future.